Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 CitizenCon watch party with Moist Noodle. So, Moist, the moment I think the second this thing came out, Moist Noodle messaged me right away and said, "Yo, you want to do a watch party?" And I was like, "Yeah, for sure." We haven't hung out in forever, and it's what a perfect time to do it. Moist is actually here in Florida in my room
You,
right now.
in your duplicate room,
Yes, there's two rooms.
Studio
They look
2.
very yeah, this is Studio 2.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's
yeah.
pretty sick. But this is about 45 minutes before the show starts. We're just gonna kind of chat a little bit and maybe talk a little bit about our expectations and things like that. We were talking about it just slightly before we started. Noodle, what are your expectations?
I mean, I want to preface this by saying I'm excited, but I'm coming into this CitizenCon with zero expectations. You know, I've watched every
Hmm.
CitizenCon live. I've been to several of them. And, you know, historically, especially the older CitizenCons, they put on amazing demos that didn't really amount to anything, right? Um,
Some
I
did,
think
most didn't, I
I,
would
I
say.
think they were more selling the idea of Star Citizen than actually showing what we were going to be getting anytime soon.
Absolutely. Sure.
And then in the last couple of Citizen Cons, they've been, I think, far more realistic. Well, a bit more realistic about what they've been showing us. And they did state themselves, right, that they kind of wanted to show us stuff that we would be getting in the foreseeable future. Now, that didn't exactly pan out for every presentation. The
Hmm.
Microtech presentation, where they showed that kind of stealth demo. I mean, that mission and
And well,
location
they did
isn't
it
there yet.
again. They did it again the next year in Pyro, and it still wasn't there. And they're talking about it in the monthly
Yeah.
report now, like they're actually working on it. And it's kind of
Yeah.
like, whoa, how many years since? But
Yeah.
okay.
So, you know, I just want to explain why I'm coming into this Citizen Con with no expectations. I don't
Hmm.
mean that in a negative way. It's more just, you know,
A healthy way.
yeah, I honestly think it's the healthiest way to treat Star Citizen when it comes to most aspects. So, um, I, I, I have no expectations. I don't really know what to expect.
Yep.
So I can only really be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, and they keep they're doing the thing where they had like random devs that don't even work on certain things because they must have seen like some internal demo of stuff being like there's something really exciting there and doing the thing they always do. And I'm like, at this, I used to fall for that stuff. Now
Yeah.
I just kind of go whatever. Let's
Yeah.
see what you have to do, like the resource management thing. if if it's all they're cracking it up to be, maybe I end up being excited about that. But I think for the most part, I'm probably going to go, yeah, that sounds cool. Or, ooh, maybe I don't like this or I really like that. But when? It's getting to the point where, they don't like when questions, but I'm at the point where when is the only thing that matters to me. It's not what it looks like in a demo, some image of a ship or a developer talking about what they could do. It's about when they actually do it now is where I'm at my stage of Star Citizen fandom is okay, cool, but I don't really care until I can use it. Is where I'm at with most of it, to be honest.
Yeah. Is there anything that you'd be particularly excited about seeing or disappointed about
Hmm.
seeing? Because I think they're planning to show the Pyro demo again, right? They wanted to revisit that. I'm not kind of sure how I feel about that.
I
I
don't know.
think it would be I think it'd be interesting to see how things have evolved. I just hope it's not to the same degree as last year.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, they said that they don't want to do any demos, but then 5 hours of panels and yeah, how's that all going to play out? I don't really know. So, are you talking about this
I
one?
need yeah, I need to pull up the panels because the schedule because I haven't really looked at it since they first
It's actually a good point. I'll bring it up on
they
stream with
first
you.
Yeah, since they first revealed it. And I remember at the time not being, I don't want to seem like super salty, but not being overly impressed about what I was see. Like
Yeah,
there wasn't really anything super interesting there for me.
sure.
I think there was like one or two I thought might be interesting. Um, so we have Journey to 4.0 Planetary Pyro.
Hmm.
So join us for a guided in-engine tour through many of the planets and moons of the upcoming Pyro system, exploring the current development status and why they're more than just burnt, charred husks you may have read about.
Standard
So
planetary art tech demo that they've
yeah,
done many a time, right?
and yeah, again, I don't want to sound super salty, but and this was something I was talking about on stream the other day. Locations just don't get me excited. I can't get myself excited about seeing locations again because it just locations mostly don't really add that much. Now you can argue that, for example, the snake pit has added something, but I think that's more because it's a racetrack that's in the PU, and what that actually does is provide gameplay. Now, was the
Yeah.
gameplay there before? Yeah, you could make your own racetrack, but having like kind of like an officially supported racetrack in the verse is awesome.
And then the
Um,
mission team, like in monthly report, you see them talking about time trials and things like that.
yeah,
Like they are really they're really supporting this
I mean,
thing. Way cooler.
back in ye olde days, right? I remember watching. I think it was in Around the Verse where they showed off a racetrack, and there was
Hmm.
actually a massive like screen with people's times on it in the PU. You know, and at the time they made it sound like it wasn't very far away. Now we're probably talking like 4 or 5 years ago now. And that sort of stuff, I'm really excited to see. But at least the location is there. But bringing it back to the Journey to 4.0 Pyro demo, I mean, it'll be cool to see, I think. Um, when comparing what was the planet that we saw last time? Do you remember what it was called? I can't remember which one it was. But it'll be interesting to compare that one again, just to see how it's coming along. I can't hear you anymore, by the way.
Sorry, I muted when I was pulling up the green screen. Sorry.
Cool.
The I think it was like Pyro 3. Yeah, or Pyro 4. They were all just numbered. So there
Yeah.
wasn't like a Daymar or anything like that. It was the yellow, the very yellow
Yeah.
ground and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah, that'd be cool.
The next one is Journey to 4.0 Design Brief Investigations. Explore the pitch process for a new mission archetype that leaves combat and delivery behind for mindful deduction and increased storytelling.
The issue here is it's the pitch process.
Yes.
It's not really showing the mission, right?
No. So it definitely comes across to me like they are just going to explain what the process is for
Mm-hmm.
pitching something to the directors, I guess. Which they've done that before at sitcoms, right?
Sure.
But to me, that just sounds like it's super far away.
Okay. Yeah, same. But at the same time, huge part of the monthly report for a couple of months now. Mentioned there multiple times. Big narrative mission, things like that. I think there's more to it than that. This was also part of a ISC, part of a sneak peek. So there's a few moments where we maybe see more than just the pitch. We'll see.
Sorry, I'm just checking the CCTV because I might have to run away for a second.
Yeah, you're all good. So
Yeah, one of the kids is getting picked up, so I just need to check.
Okay. Yeah, just so everybody knows, Noodle's house watching and watching some kids, so he may have to pop off and help out and do some other things during the day. This is obviously going to be a very long day. I wasn't expecting it to be this long, to be honest.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not sure if I would have done this whole thing if I knew it was going to be this long, to be perfectly honest with you. But we're here now, and everything's good. So I'll take this opportunity with you guys to share that today's stream and podcast, and everything, the entire watch party is sponsored by VKB and Monster Tech. And they're going to be providing you guys with 2 giveaways throughout the show. We're going to do a VK. Basically, you're going to have what I have right here. I'll show it to you. Pretty simple. I should be able to reach it and bring it on screen. A Monster Tech mount with a VKB Gladiator Evo. So there'll be 2 giveaways of this exact setup right here. Evo, mount, plate, 1 of each. We'll be doing 2 giveaways of that. And possibly going to be doing a giveaway for some Star Citizenships that are on my account. Although it will be quite difficult to even find them and look for them and tell you what I could do. And even now that I'm thinking about it, setting up the giveaway might be a little bit difficult during the stream. I might have to do it on my phone, to be honest. We'll see. But we'll get it done. I could probably set it up now while Noodle's not around. So very cool stuff. Thank you so much for our sponsors here. They've been sponsoring me and taking great care of me for a long time. And this time they're taking care of you guys, which is really, really cool. And yeah, the plan for today is we're going to do a little intro, talk about what we think about CitizenCon. I'll give my kind of look into this. Actually, I'm constantly going to be bringing up and taking down the Sorry, I muted for the sound. I have to get used to that too. This is a very different process than I'm used to, so I apologize for that, guys. For this one, I do think we're going to see a little bit more than we've seen in the past. The underground bunkers. There's one thing that I want to see here with the underground bunkers is, and unfortunately, look who's going to be presenting. It's only visual. Only visual. It is not anything related to missions, right? So what's going to be there, I'm not sure, and I'm a little worried about it, but we'll have to see. Welcome back, Nudes. So
okay, that's 1 child down. Just 2 more to go.
Wait, that doesn't sound good.
He's been sent to rugby. All right.
I moved on to the underground bunkers, and the big issue that I see here, where I'm a little like iffy about it, is it's an underground bunker, and it is being displayed and shared by the art director, not by any like mission dev or anything like that. So that's a little disappointing. But I'm looking for one thing. I don't know what you think about it. A second entrance. That's it.
I'm so bored of bunkers, dude.
They could be. It's okay. I'm bored of the same bunker.
I guess, yeah.
The location doesn't matter. It's what you do there.
True. Like they all do look very samey.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like I said earlier, it is about the gameplay. I think, yeah, the biggest issue really is the gameplay is the same there. I agree with you. We definitely do need a second entrance, and I know that's something that they've talked about a few times before, and it's not as simple of a solution as it might seem. But hey, maybe they'll show us a second door today. That'll be nice.
That would be nice. Yes. I'm trying to figure out that gifted sub just played. This is such a different scene. I'm so confused.
I would love to see as well variations of state. Like, can you imagine going to a bunker and you arrive and there's like ivy and moss and crap growing on the outside of it, right? And That'd you go down there and it's flooded and stuff like that. I think that would be awesome.
That would be sick. Yeah, like maybe more like a derelict underground bunker. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I'm just looking for them to do a bit more. I'm hearing in chat that they had just went live.
Yes, they did. It's a black screen at the moment.
Yeah, I imagine it's just a black screen, but let's see. Yeah. So we'll have that up. We'll have the volume on, and we'll hear them when they're ready to go. I think I'll have them a bit low, but for the meantime, we'll stay on what we think about what's going to happen, because they'll be sitting there for a while. They'll have a little starting screen like most people do, right? Yeah, for me, it's just because it's specifically art. I'm not going to get held up on an artist saying what could be done here. It comes down to when the designer actually does it. I just am looking for the level design of it, because he may be displaying it, but how's the level design? Are there multiple entrances? Is this something where we can have fun? And more player interaction, you know? And yeah, I mean, the last one this is the one for all of us, I think. Literally every player in the game. I mean, I want to hear your opinions about this. This is
one of the ones that I'm most excited to hear about.
Oh, this isn't the last one. This is the last one on the screen at the moment. Excuse me.
It's... Oh, man. It's such a complicated issue, because for me, there's a reason that I mostly fly the Arrow and like the P52, P72. And it's that for me, a lot of the fighters just feel so incredibly slow. So for those who don't know, I also play DCS World. I fly the Apache. I fly the F-16, the F-18. And to me, a lot of the fighters, the medium fighters, they feel so slow, man. Like everything from medium upwards feels so slow, which is why I just find myself flying the Arrow so much, because to me, it's the only ship that actually feels like it has any agility.
I mean, not only does it not feel slow, but like the other ships also are just not as effective, right? In just general ship combat.
I mean, obviously, somebody who is an incredible dogfighter is always going to smash people who aren't very good at dogfighting, no matter what they're in. But if you have two people on an equal playing field, absolutely. Sure. But in the same vein, very often dogfights just end up with people jousting a lot. And it's mostly people who don't know what they're doing. Sure. And you know, that is pretty normal for me if I'm in an Arrow and I'm fighting a Sentinel, or especially an Ares, that those big ships will essentially just get up to their maximum speed and decouple backwards. And it doesn't feel great, right? So a lot of people have been asking for some sort of speed rework for a long time.
Sure. And they've been talking about wanting to do it for a long time.
Yeah, but the question is, how do they do it without making the ships feel super lame, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm super excited to hear about this.
Yeah, I mean, and then the other thing is, we know it's initially developed for Squadron 42. Again, I'm gonna just be sitting here and going like, okay, it's all, hey, cool, man, but when? You know what I mean? That's what it's gonna be like for me. It's like, all right, man. Very cool, but when is where I feel like I'm going to end up at.
You know, Jared has said so many times that they don't like the when questions, but honestly, it's 10 years now. You know, for people who are getting into Star Citizen now, who have been around for a year, maybe 2 years, it doesn't feel that bad. But for those of us who have been around since day one, you know, I'm an incredibly patient person. It might not seem like it, but I am. And my patience is definitely waning. I need to know. I want the answers of when, right?
Yeah,
I don't think we're gonna get any whens today at all.
No, of course not. I'm just saying, like, where my opinion is going to stay is like, wow, very cool, but don't really care until I have it in my hands. And
exactly. Yeah.
The hardest thing about this specific subject is we've experienced this before quite a few times now with the flight experience team. They're like, all right, let's do an ISC with you guys. Let's explain how everything's gonna work. We all go, I don't know, that might not work, that might work, this is weird, that's weird, I don't like this, I like that. And then we get in game and it feels different than we would have expected. We like things that we thought we wouldn't like. We don't like things that we thought we would, so on and so forth. Metas get created. I think like this backstrafing thing was not initially something that people were doing, and now they're doing a lot more. Or they were doing it, but they're doing it a lot more now. Like they've basically solved the current situation, it seems like, and it's not a good one. So they're trying to deal with it, but I'm still going to have to play with the current flight model after this CitizenCon. You know what I mean? And that's the part where I'm kind of like, well, all right, guys, like you're going to have all your guys on your, like this ISC show, but what, but like, what does it mean? What does it matter? The other very crazy thing is these guys must be loving this, because for the last 10 years, they've been slowly iterating, having to get feedback from all of us, hearing, I hate this, I hate this, I like this, I hate this. They're just putting it into Squadron 42, no feedback from us.
And you know what, dude? That is something that I have genuinely worried about in the past.
Yeah.
Because I've been reading that in the monthly report, right? That they're working on things specifically for Squadron 42, and I'm just sat here like, well, are you just going to release Squadron 42 with mechanics that we haven't even tested? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I do genuinely worry
Sure.
that they're going to do that.
Of course.
Oh man. I'd be so upset if they had like an entire different flight model or something like that in Squadron 42 and it's just trash. Oh no.
I feel like I wonder, like there's so many positive takes that you can have from this and so many negative ones. And I'll go the positive route for this specifically, and just go, if they didn't force a lot of additional work going into Squadron, what, like, would we have these like really small iterative changes to the flight model, to the point where like we wouldn't really get what they wanted to do, like basically what we have now, like this half completed thing where they were like, all right, these are the styles that we want light fighters to be, this is the style we want medium fighters to be, and we're not going to, weapons are locked down, all the components are locked, and then maybe the positive is we get a big flow of huge overarching changes, but the only issue is we don't know if they're going to be effective, or we are very quick to find their problems, whereas nobody's finding them right now, so
Yeah.
It's a bit weird, but one of these days maybe they'll get it right.
It's just one of those things where I genuinely think Squadron 42 will actually come out. It's only 2 years away, guys. All right, only 2 years.
Oh god, yeah, this meme.
I genuinely think Squadron 42 might come out before all the mechanics for ships are ready. As in, like, for an example, physicalized components actually being finished,
Yeah.
engineering gameplay actually being finished, things like ship armor actually being finished. Right? I'm sorry if I seem super salty, but it's a genuine concern that I have.
Yeah. And I have you ever played a Wing Commander game before?
I tried to about 2 years ago, and then I realized that they're really hard, so I just gave up.
They are really hard. But the other thing is like the combat is not what the game's really about. So the level of combat in Squadron may not need to be as high of a standard as the level of combat in a Squadron, or in a Star Citizen might need to be.
I mean, for me, I come back to the original pitch video of Star Citizen a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that, for me, is really what sold a lot of all of the early backers. And if you watch it, it's combat, right? And I get what you're saying for sure.
Yeah.
Combat isn't necessarily the be all and end all of Star Citizen. I would kind of
No,
expect it to
I'm
be.
saying it isn't for Squadron. It's the
No, yeah, I'm
story
coming
in
to that though.
Squadron. Okay.
But I would expect it to be in Squadron because you're literally in the military. Now I'm not saying every mission is going to be a hardcore dogfight, right?
Gotcha.
I think you're right about the story aspect, and that I think there will be a lot of, remember the video about the coil that they showed us years ago, right?
Sure.
I think there's probably going to be a lot of investigation style stuff and probably smaller skirmishes. But
It's
yeah, you
not
got to
what
remember
we
is
expect from Star Citizen.
no, exactly. And I think it's probably going to be far more linear as well
Of
than what
course.
a
Yeah.
lot of people expect.
It's a movie. You're playing a movie. That's what Wing Commander 3 started that, and
Yeah.
he built upon it for 4 and 5 and a little bit with Privateer 2. And after that, I didn't play Freelancer until much later after I've already played Star Citizen. But Wing Commander 3 was like really the beginning of all that. I guess Wing Commander 2 was a bit of a movie as well, but
Here's the thing, right?
that's what he's trying to make.
I love combat. I love dogfighting, but I expect Squadron 42 to be like a movie, right? I don't expect it to be the hardcore dogfights or anything like that. And that's
Exactly.
the experience that I want. I remember back, I didn't play the Wing Commander games when I was younger, but I absolutely did play Free Space 2. I did play
Gotcha.
Freelancer, right? And I can hand on heart say, playing Freelancer was one of the best gaming experience at the time, was one of the best gaming experiences that I ever had.
It's really good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
And it was really cinematic. And, were the fights that difficult? No, not really. But it made you feel awesome, right? It made you feel epic, and it did make you feel like you were part of this incredible story. And the same with the Free Space games, right? Free Space 2, I genuinely felt like I was in like the Space Navy. And that's the feel that I want to get out of Squadron 42,
Sure, of course. And I'm it's kind of sad because the feel that you might get is the feel of being an officer and being a part of a crew, but not being a fighter pilot in the Navy, but who knows? I've actually
don't know.
avoided anything related to Squadron.
I don't want to sound super nerdy, but I'm going to bring it back to DCS for a second.
Sure.
In DCS, like I mentioned earlier, I fly the F-18, and one of the best things that come out of DCS was the super carrier. And honestly, one of the coolest moments when you play DCS is spawning in your aircraft, being sat on an aircraft carrier, and then going through the startup process of your aircraft, and then taxiing onto your takeoff point, and just watching all of the animations of the dudes telling you what to do,
Sure.
because it is actually accurate. And we know that that's going to be a thing in Star Citizen, right? They've, in the monthly reports in the past, that they have specifically talked about the fact that they actually brought in Navy guys to do the animations for taking off. This was in a monthly report like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. And it might sound silly, but I genuinely think that when you have that sort of experience, it's just hyper immersive, right? And those are the types of things that really stick with you and that you remember.
Yeah. It's
and actually Vital Gorgon actually mentions, and he's right, carrier takeoff has been a staple of Star Citizen marketing since day one, and that is true.
Yeah. It just and what's crazy is like the ships that I enjoy the most are the ones that you could put ships inside of ships too when it comes to Star Citizen. Just like having that moment.
People are obsessed with putting things inside of things, dude, in the Star Citizen community. I mean, it's so weird, man.
I think it's human nature, not Star Citizen community.
Okay,
but
true.
The just for me, it's the idea of the carrier and the being part of a crew and all that stuff is so big.
It's about being part of a family, dude.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, in the end, I think the point that we're trying to make here is I don't expect the Squadron 42 requirements to be what we fully need to have that in like I think we're going to get a big jump in change, but I don't know if we're going to get everything we need. We don't expect, like you said,
For sure.
armor, physicalized components, some of that other stuff.
Don't forget, dude. What year is it? 2022, right?
Yeah.
We're in the year 2022. We're in the age of, look, if you add a mechanic to your game, it doesn't matter. You can just update it later on, right? So the Squadron 42 that comes out on day one, look at Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah.
That game was only half finished when it came out, but it's all right now. So they can always add things that we're missing on day one.
It's sad that we're in that age.
I'm not saying that's a good thing, and I'm not saying that's what I want. I do not want Squadron 42 to launch with missing mechanics, but
they don't either. That's their big selling point with this. I mean, it's not a selling point as like we're happy about it, but they're like, we're not putting it out until it's perfect. They've said it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Their definition of perfect, we'll see what that is. I guess, right? This will be the advantage of not having a publisher, so we'll have to see. But I think for me, the Need for Speed is probably my most anticipated
same
panel. What about the Lorville
Redux? I gotta be honest with you, I am excited for this one.
Me too.
Because we've had Lorville for a while now, and it's Lorville for me it's my favorite city too, dude.
Yay!
And we know it's gonna get bigger, and we all know bigger is better. All right.
But not only is it going to get bigger, but I expect it to be more like Microtech, where it's not as restrictive of where you can go.
I would hope so.
Yeah, that would be nice.
But it's just going to be interesting to see how far along. Obviously, we've seen Horizon, right? We've seen these new cities come out, and they're always a step up from the last one. But we've never really been able to compare that well. The new tech to the old tech when it comes to landing zones or the cities. And it will be really cool, I think, to kind of compare this new Lorville to the Lorville that we have now. I'm actually really excited for that.
Yeah, big one for me. I don't have much more to add to that, to be honest. It's this is another thing. I've been very, very vocal about how happy I am with the team from Turbulent. Yeah. And what they've been able to achieve versus what we've been getting for the last 10 years. Like what they've given in 1 year is more polished than most of the things that we've had in game for a really long time. And this is the team that's working on this stuff. I have really high expectations, and I'm looking forward to having those expectations met. It's really exciting. Yeah, I just want to, before we get into anything else, I do want to make this point because I saw somebody say it in Twitch chat that they were instantly banned in the Star Citizen stream. The idea of doing these live streams, watch parties and things is chat in like normal creators channels tend to be a little bit more chill, a little bit calmer, less of that kind of stuff. So the idea of you being able to share your own opinions and not have them be removed, even if they're not necessarily the most positive ones about the game or whatever, is kind of the idea behind these watch parties. So, feel free, make your decision when they go live, which chat you want to be in. But this is kind of the reason for doing these things. It was originally my reason behind doing them way back when. Well, I guess not just my reason, back in the day with the Redacted guys. So keep that in mind. Again, just a quick reminder, we are going to be doing at least two giveaways today. I might do some of my Star Citizenships as well, but we have this. I'll show it to you guys real quick. Today, we're sponsored by VKB and Monster Tech. This is my left stick, and you can have this set up. I'm doing my best to show it to you. It's a little hard. I can switch scenes and go here. It is a Gladiator NXT Evo with a Monster Tech mount. So we'll be giving two of these away to two different individuals. So I hope that makes sense. One each to two giveaways, one stick each. Two different people are going to win one stick and a mount combo together. So I just want to thank our sponsors today, VKB and Monster Tech, for taking part and doing something awesome for you guys. So there you go. Brief
That's
little
actually
break
a sick
there.
giveaway, dude.
Yeah, dude. I reached out to them and I was like, "What do you guys think about like partnering together on this one?" And they were like, "Yeah, that's awesome." So, when the show starts, I'll start the first giveaway. How does that sound, guys? And then halfway through, we'll draw it on the break, and then we'll do the next one. I believe there shouldn't be any issue with the giveaway being worldwide. It is a uh, the only thing that you need to be concerned about is you're going to have to give me your address, and then I will ship it over to them. So that's if there's any uncomfortable nature of that, that's the only thing that you have to worry about. So it would be like address and phone number and stuff. So yeah, that would be the only thing for it. Okay. Power play. This is the one that they have been pushing the most as the biggest deal. At least Jared has. It seems to be the one that he's most excited for.
Yeah, this is, I think, the third one that I'm really excited for.
I'm very anxious and nervous about this one.
I would say that I'm anxious as well. But I remember talking about this years ago, right? And I kind of made the assumption that they would use essentially the same mechanic as engineering gameplay
Mm-hmm.
for the likes of setting up the homesteads, and I kind of assumed that homesteads would be very modular. And it turns out that I was right. And they're actually going to be talking about this. And for me, man, I'm super excited for them to talk about it in the terms of engineering, because multi-crew gameplay is one of the things that I'm
So
hyper looking
important.
forward to. And I try to, there's a guy called Catnuts that
Mm-hmm.
I play with in game a lot, and there's Zelrin as well. And Catnuts is a very, very good Constellation Andromeda pilot. And very often, there was a time where both me and Zell hopped onto his Connie one day. I hopped on the turret, and we got attacked by bounty hunters,
Sure.
4 bounty hunters, and they were in a good mix of ships. There was like 2 Gladius there, there was an Ares Inferno there, and there was something else, I think maybe an M50, I can't quite remember.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment they attacked us, I hopped on the turret and Zell hopped into the snub. And it was genuinely one of the best engagements that I've ever had in Star Citizen, because it kind of gave me a glimpse into what the game is supposed to be, right?
But
Watching
what it
Zell
really gave you a
undock,
glimpse into is like probably feeling like you're in a real sci-fi experience, right? And that's sort of what, when they call Star Citizen a sim, I think that's what they mean in a lot of
it's
ways.
the universe, right?
Yeah.
Rather than the flight. When they're talking about sims, they don't mean the flight. They're talking about
They
world,
mean sci-fi.
the universe. Yeah.
I feel like, but yeah. That's just in case everybody here doesn't know, Star Citizen is actually legally a simulator. Just kidding.
Dude, I haven't heard somebody say that for years. I forgot about that.
I'll give some context to this. I was complaining about something on my YouTube channel, surprise, surprise, and this guy goes on a diatribe. Like, when I tell you, it was so long, I scrolled like this to get to the end of it. He was talking about how Star Citizen is legally a sim. They legally cannot put gameplay in the simulator. Stop trying to put gameplay in the sim, and it's remained a meme in my community for a long time.
I'm so embarrassed for the guy. I can feel myself blushing. Oh,
it was so funny. But yeah, I think that that's a big part of it. But the other part of it that they showed on ISC recently was they showed a refinery and applied the resource management system to that.
Yeah.
Sort of, it can go two ways. It can be the very basic way, which is what my expectations are going to be, is, guys, you see this power line here? This power line right here powers this refinery. Resource management, eh? Nice. Or it can really go the way of, like, you put this input in and that input in and get this output out, and then you use it, which would be crafting.
I've said for a long time that
I'm hoping.
I one of the things that I am most looking forward to when it comes to Star Citizen is the universe, right? And I as much as I enjoy PvP and I enjoy dogfights, I do like the moments of just chilling out and enjoying a nice Hurston sunset with my friends. As
Oh
corny as it sounds.
no!
But the point
He's
that I'm
fallen
coming
off the
to,
deep end, boys.
I've
He's
become
too
a
far
space dad.
gone. He's a space dad
Um,
now.
but I really am excited for. Look, I missed Star Wars Galaxies, right? The day that Star Wars Galaxies came out, I went with my best friend from school. His name was James, right? We went to
Hi,
a
James.
game, which what is like it's like GameStop in the UK. And we bought the copy of his copy of Star Wars Galaxies. Well, I didn't have a computer or internet at home at the time, so I couldn't play it. And then because of life changes, I just could not play Star Wars Galaxies up until like years later, and I finally bought a copy of Star Wars Galaxies. I installed it on my computer and I logged in and I just created an entertainer and I was like, I'm just going to try and work out what the game is,
Okay.
and then I'll make a serious character. And with my entertainer, I went to the local cantina.
Is that like
and
a role play character, basically?
No.
some kind?
So if I remember correctly, what entertainers did, and I really like this idea, is they were capable of buffing characters.
Oh shit!
Right?
Yeah, they have that
So
in New World now.
it's
Yeah.
really cool. So it actually gave players a reason to go to cantinas, right?
Very cool.
And cantinas actually turned out to be a really cool social environment. And I went to the cantina for the first time and I got chatting to people. I was like, guys, I'm really excited to finally play Star Wars Galaxies. And this guy walks over to me. He's like, dude, you do understand they're shutting the servers down in a month.
Oh my god, that's so brutal.
It's so sad, dude. So I got a month of Star Wars Galaxies, but I'll say this, right?
It was
the
a good
people
month?
that I met, it was an amazing month. And people took me on tours. They showed me like player run towns. They showed me their homes that they'd had for years.
Yep.
And it was incredible and incredibly sad at the same time. But it was enough of an experience that, you know, when I think of Star Citizen now, there are aspects of that game that I loved that I really look forward to. And one of those aspects is Outposts, right? It's player run towns, player run villages, allowing players to have their own stores. I really look forward to that. And, this particular power play presentation, I think I'm probably looking at it a slightly different way to some other people because, as much as I love dogfighting and multi-crew, I'm also looking at it from that standpoint as well.
I just have to go. When? Again. The Journey to 4.0 is an interesting title to this. Does all this come in 4.0 or does it come in 4.0.1, 4.2, 4.4, right? Is it part of the entire 4-point process?
Oh, man.
We'll see.
Dude, look, I was filled with so much copium for a moment and you brought me straight back to earth. Thank you.
That's what I'm here for.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Apparently we hear Jared, so let's
Yep.
Let's see what's going on here. That's still 5 minutes, so I think we're okay for now. So yeah, last one is Talking Ship 2952. I think our expectations will be met on this one. Couple new ships. They said a new variant. Any guesses what that variant might be?
It's going to be a battle Aurora, a war Aurora, if you will.
A war Aurora. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I think it's going to be the I think they're going to
orange.
I think they're going to make a version of the the Saber Raven. Not another Saber Raven, but a Saber Raven that you can get.
I would actually really like to see that because I want to see, because they might actually make the Saber good, dude. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think there was some ground vehicle too, and yeah. So it'll be a classic. Hey, vote for these ships. We'll put them out in a few years. You'll love them, but they won't do anything. The end. I could care less. you know. But that's
I just
me.
got to say, Risa in chat was like, Noodles saw the leaks. No, that's not what I'm talking about. And what was in the leak, by the way, I'm not going to mention it, but that is a whole other thing specifically related to Squadron 42. What I'm talking about is an Aurora capable of flexing its wings like the Scorpius, right? That would be
that
nice.
somebody made like a Photoshop of that one time.
Yeah, dude, it looked
back.
amazing, dude.
Yeah. True. But yeah, I mean that's my preview feelings. That's Noodle's preview feelings. I'm really just I just gave you a preview of what we're gonna do when the show's live. So we're gonna kind of mask ourselves out here. I was actually trying to go to this scene, and yeah, just come back to. Oh man, I'm really excited. It's been how have you been as far as Star Citizen goes for this last couple minutes here? It's
completely devastated, dude.
Yeah. So like this is a moment where it's just finally we could talk about something. Finally, they're sharing something. Finally, there might be something interesting. Whether those things are good enough.
I think it's been super difficult this year in general because we know that they've pulled resources away specifically to work on Squadron 42. Now, what has been extra difficult is that at this time of year, it's very normal for the hype to die down and for CIG to go quiet because they're holding stuff back for CitCon, right?
Sure.
Now, with those two things combined, it's been rough. Well, guess what? 317.2 has also been an 317 in general has been an incredibly rough patch. So
terrible.
I think this is why I've sorry to bring up DCS again. This is why I've been playing a lot of DCS recently because I cannot bring myself to play Star Citizen right now. Sorry that I seem a bit salty, but no, I'm still excited for CitizenCon.
6 months of 317, like come on.
Yeah, and I tell you what I'm most excited for, dude, and I'm sure you are too. My free digital goodies pack for CitizenCon.
No, this one was so bad.
Dude! No, we got a whale, man. Dude, we got a whale.
No, I like the jumpsuit.
With a hat.
I like the jumpsuit, but this was the worst one.
Is cool.
Where's the trophy? They used to have trophies.
You don't need a trophy, dude. Do you know how much work it is to make a trophy?
Yeah, I saw it at CitizenCon. It took them an hour.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
Look, they could be working on a trophy for an hour, or they could be building armor for Star Citizen for an hour. Who knows? Right?
True. All right, we got a minute, so I suggest Noodle, if you can be able to hear and watch the stream live.
I'm watching it
for you. Okay, and we'll go here and we'll start watching and listening. Maybe
I'm gonna pour a beer real.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I'm gonna set up the first giveaway for a VKB Gladiator Evo, a Monster Tech mount as well. Volume is very loud on the music by these guys. So, how am I going to do that? Let's see. I'm going to do it like this, but you're going to see it for a second. There we go. Now that it's over here, I should be able to do it effectively. Let's see.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
Oh, here we go.
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do.
You're so far behind me, dude.
They continue to support us.
It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process.
It's unlike anything that I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
they're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first
Very
did
wholesome.
the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive. And the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like, their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
The cinemas. I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos and the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looked really grand.
I love all the memes.
Some of the incredible fan
Hell yeah, I like that guy.
Out of them. It's fantastic.
How they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I?
The new and exciting ways they find to
break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team. That's why I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers. Noodle.
They've all been lovely to meet in person. Even if they're really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like it when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
Oh my
how
God,
much
her
inspiration
background.
we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up.
I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing.
This guy's one of my favorites.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
Still keep fighting us.
They really do make all this
Yogi's
possible.
headset gets more extravagant every time I
I'm
see
living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to, I'd probably just turn and walk away.
I have to pause and play the stream quickly. The audio's distorted. No problem, guys. I'll give it a try.
My way across the cosmos. It inspired me to make Wing Commander and has influenced everything I've done since then. 10 years ago, after 20 years of making games, I was burned out, so I took a break. But I never stopped playing games nor loving them. And now, I'm ready to come back.
The original pitch, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah. I've watched this so many times, dude. I actually watched it recently.
But I don't want to build any old game. I want to build a universe. I want to build a game I always wanted to build, but I didn't have the tools to do until now. One that you can fly off a carrier fighting a heroic war on the front lines, but also one that you can muster out and find your own fortune in the stars wherever your spaceship takes you. I want to be able to share this experience with my friends and fight against real opponents in space, not just AI. And I want this to be as good or better than any other game out there. And I want to actively push the boundaries of what you can do in a game. None of this would have been even possible 2 years ago. But with Moore's Law driving PC performance,
I got news for you,
and the
Chris.
gaming community embracing
none of it's possible 10 years later.
I believe it is possible today. I've never been accused of having a small vision. And so I thought it was best if I share my ambition with you visually. I'm pretty excited by how it's joined out. So why don't you come join me for a sneak peek?
I'm so glad they showed this, though. I'll be honest.
10 years ago, I stepped out onto a stage at GDC Online in Austin, Texas, and revealed Star Citizen to the world. We broke all records in crowdfunding, helped kickstart a revival in space games, and embarked on a journey with all of you to build the most immersive virtual universe ever conceived. I did say that I'd never been accused of having a small vision all those years ago. Every year since then, we have celebrated our anniversary with what we dubbed CitizenCon, a celebration of all of you, our community, without which we would not be here. When I made the original pitch for Star Citizen, there were no employees, no studios, and just a proof of concept demo cobbled together in CryEngine by myself, the help of a few people in their spare time. You couldn't play Star Citizen as it was an idea, not a game. The first few years was more talk and not as much show, but we managed to release the Hangar module in 2013, Arena Commander in 2014, and the first steps into the persistent universe with Star Citizen Alpha 2.0 at the end of 2015. The real game changer was Star Citizen Alpha 3.0, which we released at the end of 2017, which allowed players to first step foot on fully realized and detailed moons instead of just traversing space. 2018 brought the first planet in Hurston, and from there we filled out the rest of the Stanton system from ArcCorp to Microtech and finally Crusader with its floating cloud city of Horizon last year. Today, there are just over 4 million registered accounts, with 1.7 million of them having purchased the game. And while we still have lots of features and content to build before I'm ready to consider Star Citizen done, people are playing more than ever. This year, our average daily unique players is around 50,000, and we have peaked at 130,000 several times this year. This compares with just under 10,000 back in 2017 and 32,000 last year. But the most amazing stat is the average playtime of someone that logs in 2022 is 3 hours a day. Back in 2017, this was 48 minutes, 64 minutes in 2018, and then jumping to 2 hours in 2019. From there, we've been steadily increasing. In 2022 alone, people have spent 36 million hours in the verse so far. So this is a testimony to the hard work, the development, and our online teams have been doing to make Star Citizen, even in its alpha state, more performant and stable than it's ever been. And the increasing amount of features and content that are available make it for viable daily gameplay, even in Star Citizen's alpha state. Cloud Imperium Games has grown just as much. Today we're at 835 staff worldwide, all dedicated to building the most immersive virtual science fiction universe ever. In the next few weeks, we'll be welcoming 500 staff to their brand new studio at Manchester Goods Yard in Enterprise City, where we are filming this show from. All of this is down to your patience and support. Building a game of the scale, detail, and scope of Star Citizen, as it is conceived today, that allows us to seamlessly go anywhere from inside to outside, from space to planet, with no loading screens, all with millimeter detail, with everything being explorable, persistent, interactable, with thousands of players online together at the visual quality of the biggest AAA games, is perhaps the most ambitious goal that has ever been set off towards in gaming. I am both humbled and thankful of being in the position of chasing my dream to build a truly immersive universe. And it has only been possible by building it outside the traditional publisher system, with a direct relationship to our secret source, you, our community. The strength of the Star Citizen community is the real unwritten headline to our longevity and future. The connections and friends people have made along the way, the events organized inside the game and outside by the various orgs. This year, we've had 140 Bar Citizen events put on around the world, with some of the most recent being in China, South Korea, Singapore, Paris, and Florida. The Chinese Bar Citizen had over 300 attendees and a 5-meter-long 3D printed model of the Retribution super battleship from Squadron 42 built by the local community. Hopefully, next year we can return to an in-person CitizenCon, and I and the rest of the team at CIG will have the chance to spend some time with you in person. But for now, let's get the show on the road. 10 years ago, the ship I arrived on was a single-seater. Where we're going in the future, we're going to need a bigger ship. I present to you the only constant.
What the?
You may have thought it was green screen, but we need something a little bigger for where we're going to entertain you and tell you about the game in the future. Here's a dedication plaque.
Jared's helmet.
This is the new set for
game development change. Constellation Phoenix, my favorite ship. Prototype by Robert Space Industries, commissioned from London Shipyards, Earth, Sol 3. Launched October 2952, Manchester Starport. Captain Jared Huckabee. Jared?
Why is he the captain?
That wasn't the deal. You weren't going to be the captain of the ship.
I sent an email.
Oh, that must have gone in my junk folder.
Take a seat. Welcome
Okay,
aboard.
well, that's not bad. It's quite a nice little setup here, isn't it?
We've been talking about this on and off since 2015.
Okay, this is cool.
To get you over to the UK.
Hey, you know, he knows what I like. So what do you have?
Well, let's do a science fiction.
Wait, that's the jacket from in-game as well.
Can you do a
and the shirt? Look at the shirt.
Blaster?
Yeah.
Gargle blaster. No, I can do this really dry martini that we had pre-prepared before shooting.
Wow.
Hey, it's our first show. We gotta start small.
Look at that.
Hey, we'll get better. So what do we just do?
Where's the rest of the martini?
Well, the past 10 years and the future, the next 10 years and beyond, and the community.
Oh, we did that as an scenario. Cheers.
And cheers.
We didn't even plan that. Oh, all right.
Wow.
All right, so.
That is strong. Ooh, that curve.
That's why we didn't cover anything. So what do you think? Look at my jacket.
From.
Stegman Cordamon, Voyager. Nice.
It's a bit blingy. I mean, you do look like you're a Knight of the Roxbury.
Yeah. Knight of the Roxbury. Yeah.
No,
twinsies.
I'm not going to be a twinsy with you. No. Let me check the rest of the set out.
But it's tailored.
It looks good on you. I'm not saying it'd be the same for me. Oh, wow. Look at all these cool artifacts. You got this Hadician artifact. There's a bunch of stuff here. That's really cool.
This is cool.
CitizenCon trophy. Wow. That's brilliant.
Yeah, well, Dave had to hook me up. You're going to sit in my chair.
I am. It's a very nice chair. I like the desk. We've got a bubble head. This is a great place to interview people from. What's it like sitting over there?
I'm getting a newfound appreciation for how awkward it is on this side. So what do you think? We should start the show?
I think we should start the show.
All right, let's start the show. Our first presentation of the day is Planetary Pyro with our good friend Maximilian Kailish from our Frankfurt studio. He's going to take you on a tour of 6 of the neat locations coming in the upcoming Pyro system, the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations of the day. So take it away, Max.
That was very well done.
It's a very nice chair.
I'm impressed.
All right, guys, we're going away. We'll be here, but just in silhouette form. Let me know if I need to move us.
I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team today. I'm a senior environment artist, and I want to show you some of the cool stuff that we worked on in the last 2 years. So I have Pyro 1 open already. It's live in engine. This is like the current version of Pyro, so we're still going to do like a polish pass on it. So not everything is done, but we still wanted to show you
this
what
is
we
supposed to have nothing
so far.
on it.
So the idea
lore
behind Pyro 1 is that it gets hit by solar flares like repeatedly. We got some concept art from the concept art team, and the way that they visualized these solar flare hits was like glowing marks and streaks all over the planet. Unfortunately, the tech for the glowing part of it is still being worked on. So we had to make do with what we could use. So it's not glowing, but you can still see a lot of the blue
Need more tech, boys.
Yeah, as you can see, Pyro 1 already has some volumetric clouds. Not all of the Pyro planets have their volumetric clouds yet. So let's jump to one of the blue spots on the planet. I just tweaked like the sun position a little bit to make it look a bit nicer.
Voila,
and
but
then
blue.
You can see why it's blue. We added like tons of these crystals to Pyro 1.
Crystals are sick though.
We've used crystals before on Wala, but I think we were a bit too... we played it a bit too safe on Wala. I think we only put like crystals as ground cover assets. But for Pyro 1, we really wanted to push the shapes. So you can find like these really large crystals here. Heisenberg would be really happy here. Okay, then another interesting thing to highlight here, plans over there. So what's interesting about those is we made them like 3 or 4 years ago. They were supposed to be part of like a mission on a space station. The mission was scrapped, unfortunately, and ever since then this asset set has just been sitting in our like vault. It's a really cool plan set.
They're still in the prison.
We finally found a spot.
Those are the prison plans.
So this is another spot I want to highlight.
Yeah.
It's also important for us that we do add something memorable to each planet. In the case of Pyro 1, it's this spiky rock set that looks really intimidating. We tried to push the scale of the assets for the Pyro system. We felt like by now we got like the basic rocks and the scattering of the basic rocks to like a very good quality. So now we can explore more crazy shapes, I guess. And this is one of the sets that we made. It's not done yet. It still needs a polish pass.
As uninterested as I am in this stuff,
you guys what it feels like.
The pacing is good.
Game, walking around here.
I'll say this in terms of scale. It reminds me of some of the older concept stuff.
Pyro 1.
Sure.
It's this biome
that's cool.
Here,
that's a cool scene.
Which has these really cool looking rock formations.
The silhouette's really cool.
They are massive in scale. Like if I jump in-game here, you get a good feeling for the scale of them.
Land on one of those.
To land your spaceship on
there
them.
You go.
It's probably
for
really
me, it's
fun
more about
to,
sniping people from them.
Oh hell yeah!
Here. We can imagine that this is going to be like a nice combat space as well because they do provide nice cover. Let's just
flying through them as well, low flying.
Pyro 1 before we move to Pyro 2.
Just a basic moon. It's really going to come down to what they put here that we use. The visuals. I mean, we all know how great they are at this stuff. Nothing new here.
So now we're on Pyro 2. in comparison to Pyro 1, you can immediately see the
Hurston
planet
2,
is
you
like
mean?
way more colorful.
Yeah.
There's more variation in the use and values of the colors. We have like browns and like bone white spots, some red, and it's all contrasted by like a blue clear ocean. So Pyro 2 doesn't have volumetric clouds yet, but they will be there at release. So now I jump to one of the biomes of Pyro 2. What I want to highlight
rocks look cool.
here
looks like Arizona.
Is the improvements that we made to how assets spawn on the side of mountains. That was something that was always quite challenging for us to do, to have some natural transition from the terrain to the geometry, and then also have like the rocks form in a natural way. Now we can make nicer rock formations. It's not quite there yet. There are still improvements planned for it.
Yeah, it doesn't
but
look
I
right,
think in
but
comparison
we need
to what
rock
we
climbing
had
in the game, dude.
Before, this is a big step forward.
That'd be fun.
Also, what you might see
We need a reason to rock climb.
The drawing distance of assets has been
I've said that ever
improved.
since
So everything
New Babbage
you see
with the
here
rock climbing
in
wall.
the distance is
True.
actual geometry. So if we were to fly all the way over there, you will see.
True. Someone in chat said
that this
jetpacks
is,
would make more sense.
Yeah, like cliff formations. And I think it looks really cool, like the silhouette of the terrain. Yeah, let's fly through the canyons. Yeah, I would do this in a spaceship, but I'm horrible at flying, so I'm just going to use.
They should have let you do this in a spaceship, Noodle.
So now I jumped ahead to a really cool biome on Pyro 2. It's simple, but I think sometimes less is more. In this case, what sets this biome apart from the rest of the planet is that we added these calcified trees.
See, this reminds me of Red Dead
and
a
they
bit.
spawn in very dense clusters.
A good,
so you almost get like little forests of them. So it's supposed to look
good
very
praise.
dry. And
I kind of feel like they need
dead,
a little
but
bit more like
still,
sand blending on
in
the
a
ground,
pretty
but
way. Okay, if we
yeah,
look at it
looks
from
good.
this angle, what I really like about this biome is the contrast that you have.
Oh damn! Yeah.
Here on the terrain, it's
The, like
pale,
that
it's
salty
dry,
blue looking lakes.
But then in the background, you have like the nice clear blue ocean. So this is one of the red areas on Pyro 2. It's kind of like a sandy desert, but we try to add like a lot of
cave
different
to the left.
Geology
right above
essence,
me, right there.
Different mixes
Maybe?
of bushes and grasses.
Entrance.
So it's not like a dead desert, but it feels kind of lively. And you find like lots of foliage here. We have like these cliffs in the background, which are pretty dark. And it's another nice contrast of this planet where you have like the saturated red terrain and the dark
floating
bedrock.
rocks. That's magical.
So jumping to this point here, what I want to highlight is the improvements that we made to our ground textures.
I like that.
So
the color contrast between the grass and the ground looks great.
A lot on ground cover assets to add geometry and detail that the ground textures alone couldn't give us. But ever since we got terrain displacement, we get like really nice shapes just from the textures alone. And then if you combine it with ground cover assets, yeah, the result is really successful. How things blend together.
Somebody in chat says, "Oh man, I can't wait to flip my ground vehicle on that."
I'm still seeing repeating textures though on the ground, which is a bit disappointing.
So now we're on Pyro 3. You saw some of it during last year's keynote demo, but I want to use the opportunity to give you like an in-depth look at some of the biomes. So last year you saw that like yellow is kind of the accent color of Pyro
here you go.
3.
This is you, what you mentioned.
From this distance, you can see through the volumetric clouds, like a lot of the yellow coming through. We talked about what's making it look
first
yellow,
thing, we're seeing multiple layers of
moss,
clouds, which is
like
awesome.
Jump down to the
which, to be fair, they did
surface
show
and
last
you
year.
the amount
But I
of
want to see
detail
that in game.
We'll see when going up close to the moss. So we're down at the surface now.
Oh, this looks
I'm just
amazing.
going to jump in game. A lot of time and effort was spent on making the moss look.
For me, it's about how the wind is
like
interacting with the
level
moss
of
on the ground.
Fluffiness,
It brings life
and
to
density.
it, you know.
So it
does look
really
fluffy.
nice when it like covers these rocks. And then we also have like lots of smaller moss on the ground. We combine it with like yellow grass. And it makes for like a really interesting biome. So it was really important for us to make this biome look really dense, So we pushed the amount of assets that we're using.
It really reminds me of
Death
Stranding, dude, but
completely
yellow.
covered in
I still need to play that game.
Compared to Hurston, for example, Hurston and Microtech, which are probably our densest planets when it comes to foliage, this is way denser. The good thing is that we don't have any trees here, so all the budget we can use on ground cover, on grass. Now we jump to a Pyro coast biome. The improvements we got to the coast biomes is that we can now use a OPR override for every single biome. Previously,
Where are the crab?
we could only use one global
Give me crabs, CIG.
planet.
Just give me harvestables, things to do at these places.
You have something like Stanton 4, where you have snowy regions and the spruce
that's not this guy's
regions, and one object preset just can't cover every coast. We added these coral, coral geology set to have some of the yellow also along the coast. So you see here, we always have like a little bit of yellow coming through.
Dude, do you miss fishing together in New World?
Transitions into the nice mossy areas. Previously,
I
when we
everything
made
in New World, to be honest.
Object presets, we played it a bit safe and only used 1 or 2 asset sets. But due to the fact that we can now push the density along the coast as well, you can find different kinds of coral, seaweed, different pebbles and rocks, and other stuff. Now I jump to one of the volcanic regions on Pyro 3. You might not expect to find vegetation here.
This is nice.
But we did add a little bit of vegetation to this region to make it a bit more interesting.
Again, it's the contrast in colors.
What I want to highlight here is the quality bar that we set for ourselves when it comes to improving the look of our vegetation. So this is one of my favorite new vegetation sets that we created. You can see the amount of detail on display. Here we have like nice little flowers and these like knots or whatever.
It's
like
very
pots.
alien.
And it's just like a really cool asset set. So when flying over the volcanic regions, you will find pockets of these scattered all around just to make the area like a little bit more lively. Before we move on, let's jump around to a couple more places. Now we're on Pyro 4, which is my personal favorite of the Pyro system. Yeah, just full disclosure, you can probably tell that the clouds here are not done yet. They do look a bit busted, but yeah, they will look amazing once the planet comes out. So let's focus on the terrain shapes. We created some of these terrain shapes special for Pyro 4 because it's loosely inspired by like Scottish Highlands. So there's not a lot of like verticality. Not a lot of trees, so everything is kind of coming from the terrain and from the smaller assets that we scatter on the terrain geometry. So jumping in game, and then you can see the amount of ground cover assets.
That is very Scottish Highlands.
That's
very like it's like where I'm from as well.
Color,
yeah, in Wales,
it's all
the Brecon Beacons,
grounded by like the color of the soil, and it just looks like we have multiple new vegetation sets on display here. So first of all, we have this bush set here, which is called, I think it's called a fire stalk, which, yeah, it's kind of like a modified version of the real world thing. They add like a little bit of color to the area and make things pop. Then we have these ones here. I forgot the name of the asset set. Yeah, they also look quite saturated and interesting. We also try to improve the quality of our tree sets. If you compare like the trees that we have on Hurston to these ones, the geometry count is way higher, the texture resolution is a bit higher, and they just look more polished and nicer, which means that eventually we have to go back to Hurston, to Microtech, and give the trees there like a little makeover. So what was really important for us was to improve the blending between different biomes. So you see here, these are 2 fairly simple biomes.
Do you know what
There's
I think Planet Tech is missing?
Between them. but the transition
big
still
bushes,
feels
dude. In
very
all seriousness, I'm
natural.
not joking when I say
So
that.
down
Like,
here,
there's nothing
you have,
like all the
red
grass is always
and
like
it
knee
kind of
height, right?
feathers out.
There aren't
Yeah, it
any
feels very
big
organic and
bushes that like
natural.
block your
Let's
path or
jump
anything
to
like that.
the most experimental biome that we've made so far. So for this biome here, the concept art team gave us some really interesting concept art, because this is easily some of the biggest rock formations that we have in the game so far. Actually, let me try to fly a ship so you can see the scale of them. So they're massive in scale. And what was the hardest part
we saw this
about
forever
getting
ago.
these, to look right is that they're supposed to look really good from
I'm
a
really
distance,
enjoying the low level
because
fog
you would
here.
expect something this big.
Oh, true. Never didn't notice until you mentioned
this is this is something that I've been. DCS does it really well, and I've been looking forward to it in Star Citizen.
To make them look good when you're standing up close to them. Let me jump in game so you see how big these rocks actually are. So they are massive in scale. You can probably land your spaceship on them and walk on them, and they make you feel like really
I do
small.
hope they
But I
kind
think
of improve
it's
the
a really
quality of
good
the rocks a
visual
little
that
bit,
you have
because
these,
it's
like,
very clear that
dark
they were
gray
originally
rocks
not necessarily
against the
designed to be used
crimson
at this scale.
of the soil and the grass. So here's a little happy accident where we have the volumetric clouds covering the terrain, and because the height map, the difference in height is so large, we actually get like shapes of the terrain poking out of the volumetric clouds.
I had to redo the giveaway, guys. It only had one entrant for some reason.
That we have here, which is something that we still need to look at. But like I said before, this is still work in progress. So it's gonna change a bit. Because I mentioned
it's still not working properly.
Along
I'm working it out, okay?
Before, I just wanted to highlight what one of the coast biomes on Pyro 4 looks like. So this one is kind of this wet sand. We scattered some of the seaweed, some of these lava plates, and some of these pebbles. And then we also get like nice seaweed moving with the waves of the ocean. One interesting thing on Pyro 4 is that we have a massive crater region. On other planets we have individual craters which are a whole height map, or like 3-4 smaller craters on one height map. But this is actually multiple height maps forming one large crater. And you can see it all the way out in space. Like this whole region is one big crater. So it's a mix of like the global displacement texture and then the height maps of the ecosystems spawning on top, plus the volumetric clouds make it look really epic here. Now we've flown down to the surface of the crater. We wanted this to feel very spooky and grim and kind of dark, so we have these dark fantasy forest looking trees, which look kind of creepy. Then we bring some of the red grass back from the previous biome. We go down to the surface of the crater. You can see that we added this dark forest looking tree set, some creepy shapes, some moist looking ground cover assets. And this whole area is supposed to make you feel a bit uneasy. It's supposed to be hostile, and it's not safe without your suit on. So far we looked at 4 of the Pyro planets, so let's switch it up and look at one of the moons.
Oh, that was all planets, no moons.
This one is Pyro 5C. Similar to Pyro 4, you can see that it has a landmark that you can see from space. In this case, it's not a crater, but it's like a long streak of slick obsidian. So let's fly down to the surface of the streak and have a look what it looks like from up close. Again, we start with like the global height map where there's like a little bit of a bump up, and then it goes down.
That looks like concept art, dude.
The crack, and then we scatter the ecosystem.
I've never seen such a big crack.
Height maps on top to get the look that we want.
All right, we're trying to give
down
away
here, you
one
can
more
see we
time,
start with like
and then I'll use a different
flatland
program
shapes,
if it doesn't work.
some smaller craters, and then it
it's not
transitions
working.
into like these
this is so
quite
stupid.
spiky looking mountain formations. And then down here,
guys.
they feather into like these longer ridges of bedrock before it becomes smooth down here. And if we jump to this point, which is a really cool spot because like the sun just hits the obsidian in the right way and everything looks like nice and shiny.
My goodness.
You can
This is
see
what
here
the pole
ground
of
looks quite
Microtech
different
looks
from
like,
other
actually.
planets. So instead of soil,
That looks so cool.
Yeah,
although the obsidian looks a little
artificial
flat
in a way. Acid-wise, we're using one of our obsidian sets that you can also find on Stanton 4. This one got a bit of an update, a bit of
I don't know what it
polish,
is about the shader on the
so we
ground, but it
improved the
doesn't
shapes,
quite have the
different
depth there.
textures just to make it look extra cool.
But the obsidian
way
rocks
the
look
sunlight,
amazing.
Hits these surfaces. To make this area a bit more interesting, we decided to add some of these white, light gray shrubs, just so the area doesn't feel too samey. And it's always nice to have like the occasional pocket of vegetation. To set the obsidian biome apart from the rest of the planet, we went with the opposite route for these biomes here. So instead of being shiny and slick, they are more dry, covered in dry sand. The vegetation is dry. We added some of these spiky shapes to add some verticality to the scattering. But yeah, outside the obsidian crack, this is what you will find on the planet most of the time. So this go-to point I picked to show some of the subtle color that we added to
I love the
Pyro
skybox,
5C.
dude.
So the obsidian crack is like kind
Oh
of
my
just
god.
dark.
I'm glad you said that.
Gray,
I'm still trying
black.
to work on this when I get to see
The
it.
desert I just showed is also light gray. So we felt this needed a bit of a color breakup. So we added some of these red hues to the occasional biome. It's very rocky. You also find the red sand on the rocks from the biome accumulation. And it looks really nice how the red creeps up into the crevices of the height maps in the background.
Crevice is nice.
We're going to end our showcase today on Pyro 6. Pyro 6 has a very interesting color palette. Like I really like the yellows and the pale beige tones of the terrain. And then you have another blue ocean. As you can see, the terrain is kind of ridden by craters. And we get these really cool shapes where the ocean fills in those craters. If we jump all the way down to the edge of one of those
really like
craters,
this.
So now we're at the edge of one of those craters. I'm jumping in game right now just to show you what it feels like walking along here. You can see that we added some
!raffle in chat, guys, for the giveaway.
Coral shapes, and then eventually you walk down here towards
all right, that's working. We got
craters that's filled with water. We have a couple of floating meshes here on the left. This is still work in progress. So one of us,
them blue
probably
aliens.
me, has to go in and adjust the settings of the
I like the
Pyro crab for me.
We're right at the edge.
Yeah, I like the
And
color.
I really like
the
color
water
of
looks great. I
water
like the shape of the
and
rocks.
how it looks against the backdrop of the white chalky terrain.
Like, we don't quite have anything
Then
that looks
over
like that at the
here,
moment.
I want to introduce you to our human scale ref mesh. His name is Rüdiger.
What is his
and he's
name?
super helpful when we set up
Rüdiger?
object presets.
How do you spell it?
Because you can
Rüdiger?
immediately see
with an R?
how the scale of assets feel when you have him in situation. Like he adds context to the scene. He spawns.
There's so many Germans
every
in chat.
time that object preset spawns.
Thanks, chat.
And,
thanks, guys.
Yeah, he helps us find the right values.
All right, so
when it comes to
Rutabaga,
the
I got
scale
it.
Of our assets in general, this biome here is another good example of how our ground textures work together with the assets that we put on top. So the transition is really nice from this ground texture to this one. And then we have like the same rock set on both of them. And it makes for like a nice amount of detail on the ground. Then occasionally we spawn some of these spider-looking...
I love spiders.
Ground cover meshes.
Those are on Hurston as well.
So this spot here is really nice because you get
they
like
just change the color.
Oh, you just ruined my immersion, dude.
Terrain,
Sorry.
the assets, and it's all against the backdrop of the skybox of the Pyro system.
So's the coral that was right above me.
Then we get like some.
That's
really
all on Hurston as well.
Sunbeams.
Honestly, I'm just so happy to
the,
see a different skybox after all this time.
The volumetric clouds.
True.
Here.
It's actually probably one of the biggest takeaways
and
from
then
this.
If I turn the sun and we make this dark,
ooh,
and I jump in game.
Now look at it.
You can see
that's nice.
How drastically the skybox impacts the lighting when you're on the dark side of the planet. And
it also seems to be pulsing.
Do you know what I can envisage right now?
Is the skybox
just
for the
an A2
Pyro
flying
system.
straight at me.
So you will see it.
I can't wait, dude. It's gonna be so
on
good.
every single Pyro planet. It's just that
Morphologist,
Pyro 6
no.
has like very thin atmosphere, so you see it well here.
In closing, that was very abrupt.
I'm happy to have had this opportunity to show you guys the work that we did in the last 2 years. I'm super excited to see you guys explore the Pyro system for the first time, to hear your feedback. There's still work that we have to do, but I hope that you are even more excited than before after seeing what I showed you today.
Damn. This is a lot of work, but I will say this, it is a little unnerving the amount of time it's taken to do things that are, yes, a step up from what we have now, but not I didn't see too much game, like what not that this guy would make the game here, right? Like I'm trying to explain it without sounding stupid, but I probably can't because I am. It's taken a long time to get to this point, and that's sort of scary for the future of additional systems.
Don't forget that CIG owes us 5,000 systems at this point, right?
Yeah.
Remember the original Kickstarter stretch goals, right? We were going to get an extra so many systems for so many, like, so much money. 5,000 they owe us now, okay?
Yeah, this is wild. And like this, I don't want to take away from what these guys did. It looks amazing. I'm so happy with it. But
dude,
it is a little, yeah, that's the winner.
The low-laying fog with the clouds, it genuinely does look like Scotland, an alien Scotland. Well, Scotland is an alien planet anyway, but, well, Les region people are.
That's the winner for me from this, for sure. And the big scar, the blue scar on that one planet, or moon, was sick.
That's cool as well, though. It does look like a Western.
Yeah. I just hope new, unique harvestables, minables, all sorts of, like, I was hoping to maybe see that, but I knew I wouldn't, you know? I was high on that one for sure.
Somebody asked if the fog would add an extra degree of difficulty to low flying. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, yeah.
I think that'd be amazing.
You don't need any additional difficulty, do you, Noodle?
Oh, dude, really, I'm not that good. I just wiggle my joysticks a lot and shake my head for the head tracking, and it looks great.
Just pip wiggle, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that was good.
Yes, he's a.
Oh, they're back.
He's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt.
That's one of the actually that's all of the JRDF models
just
on the desk.
Keep him out of the building.
Oh yeah.
They're actually sick.
Sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host,
The intro
Jared
to
Huckabee,
every SCL
and,
from this point forward.
Welcome to the spaceship, to the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. Hey,
really?
How you doing, guys?
I'll tell you the story
later. You were
later.
looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because
Brian's
I couldn't remember
best.
it. That's right. During the thing. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had 6 of my own, and my job hasn't changed. I can't track it. So,
I like your dig.
that's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Absolutely.
Good.
You like it?
Aaron must be shitting himself. The last time he was on camera, people went nuts for years.
And just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? It was always
Chat
like,
thought he said his dick, his digs, his outfit.
But
chat, get a life. It's not all about penis.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a
over his left shoulder. Is that from the Connie commercial?
Where'd you guys go?
Yes. We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us. And,
this is live.
And actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about
the pre-recorded
community over there and what they like and all that kind of stuff.
I think so.
It's actually one of the better trips I've been on and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic people in the events everywhere we went. And so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same. We first went to Korea, had a nice bar citizen out there.
That steps all of this up by like tenfold.
Great food,
but they also said that
stories.
the Vandal Mask was
Korea,
exclusive.
We did a live stream into the China bar citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were there.
That made it more interesting.
We couldn't hear them and so on. So they were typing out questions but the
hashtag Maskgate. Yeah.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today.
Why, Jared?
It's going to be fucked now.
I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
What an idiot.
We're talking about it. The community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea, yeah. We'll have you open this.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll. But the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters.
That's actually
cool.
Sick.
Really cool. Oh yeah,
that's nice.
Which is incredibly cool.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get it here. Brian, I'm going to hand this to you so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there.
Brian Chambers doesn't age.
Very nice.
No, he looks exactly the same.
Incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back to the
Yeah.
Give it to me.
I'll mess
and
it
then
up.
And then from Singapore, really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
Everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one side.
Dude, remind me to go to the next Singapore bar citizen.
No, we didn't.
Right? Bad, but we got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
It's very cool. So, yeah. So these things, but anyway.
And then there's other stuff in there. You can pull some of out if you want.
It's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a Bar Citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely community backer-run organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world.
Dude, I love that
including
bobblehead,
most
man.
recently Singapore and China and
Florida was sick.
I know. I think there was
Florida
one
was
in
a
San
lot of
Diego
fun.
last night.
I didn't get to go to one because the one in the UK was
Star
like
Citizen
one of the
Singapore,
very
and it's
first
made by the
ones, and there was like
community,
no
and it is
notice at
a-
all.
what is
Yeah.
But I mean, from CIG, I mean.
Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
Dude, that's sick. Do you remember the old Citizen cards?
I have it
well,
somewhere.
I have one as well, but mine is scratched to hell.
Challenge coins
I
and
wish
stuff.
they'd
We will
sell
look
them
at this
again.
on our
Mine's
own
still in
time
the
because People are
plastic.
probably like, just get to the next
I
thing.
shouldn't have taken mine out of
I
the
know who our
plastic.
viewers are. So before we do move on to the next thing, Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's 10 something. There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday
Aaron.
or the anniversary, because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been here about 8 years, just about 8 years, right? So a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Very first CitizenCon I'd ever been to.
That was the
really had an
insane.
interactive face-to-face.
I remember
with the
watching it though.
community
Yeah.
we know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers.
Yeah.
And as
He
I'm
was
sitting
hanging
there
with everybody.
and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And
I
just
did love
to
that demo,
be
dude.
there, and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community.
The two big takeaways for the demo there was the weather,
I was there at
the
that
changing
time. I'm
weather,
pretty sure we were sitting on the floor
and
together.
I know it sounds stupid, but the worm. I know people are
Aaron.
memeing on the worm,
I mean,
but just
a lot of it's
having
what
a
Brian just
creature
said. I mean,
was sick.
The thing I always
It
love
created
to do and like to
expectations
do
that they haven't lived up to at
haven't
this
been able to
point.
do in the last couple of years for obvious reasons. Is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch the whole watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, with people in the community and so forth. Meet people. There's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to scene again and all this sort of all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that. But the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull one event. I mean, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be but really in terms of the general thing, it's really the ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this van showed up with our PCs, our monitors. Then they included like some pens and pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right.
Wasn't it the event after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the.
I feel really bad for him because last time I spoke to him, he got called out at like 2 in the morning to go and fix something at the office.
It is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
He's good.
Here at CG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with him on that last day, he and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. And he goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off, and I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually,
had the balls to do it.
And again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done.
It
went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, it's there are a lot of stories, and I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation, design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about, not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work.
The earliest.
Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby, who are going to discuss an entirely new kind of mission. Not a new mission.
Big friends of the channel. Two people that spend a lot of time here. I'm really excited for this one and for these guys.
Move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, Design Brief Investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
Bye-bye. I wish I had an Elliot emote for you guys today.
I'm a principal systems designer.
But we're gonna make one from this.
Presley on the mission feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So we're gonna meme this so hard, boys.
Type. And usually we don't give you a look this early. It's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
But people keep asking to see the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So a mission is built out of objective types.
Too quiet.
This
is as loud as I can get it.
Just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill
the AI were good
destroy
there.
a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box,
Elliot,
but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and
this is where we need to get
we've
to.
Tackled in MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
Complexity I think is necessary.
Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding constantly. We're building mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
The experience we want to give players with the investigation mission is that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them. And that
this is like the Gundo mission, dude.
The evidence and find the red herrings.
They said at the beginning that was like the
choose the
start
right
of all of
answer.
this.
So what we want is we
genuinely
want
one of
to
the
build
best missions
a
in the
mission
game and one of the
that
oldest.
Requires you to have to think. Requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue, and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be like poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, like really dig into like why
they have done it before though.
A derelict. Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or
literally
why has
Gundo
this cargo gone missing?
And Corsair.
This mission,
and
we're really
Corsair.
asking the player to use
And
their brain rather than
the whatchamacallit missions with the girl.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb
Tessa
players
Bannister.
along.
Yeah.
I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story. I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right. You might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that.
All right, we're making a Detective Elliot emote.
Honestly, if
So
they
the
had the
next stage in
LA
this
Noir
whole
mechanics, that would be
process
sick.
is building a pitch.
Yeah.
You know, we have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first
here we go.
is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, like something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his
Benny Henge
work
too.
itinerary on there. And they're all crossed off until
I bet he's been eaten by crabs.
And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery. And the way we do this is we scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a lot more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, I did it kind of thing, that would get you the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done.
Okay.
So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So
replayability is an issue with these as well.
To prove that we can make it
Yes.
like a mystery.
And that's the issue with the
in
Gundo mission, because I've not done the Gundo mission for years, because there's no point, you know.
This kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like
that's Jump Town.
Information off them. You can find a corpse, get information off it. You can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death.
Why is that shader he stood
on?
And
we're looking into being able to find the garbage in inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story. So we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, you know, keypad locked doors, enemies, like traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. Like, it is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves.
It would be nice to have a different type of mission.
And finding the answer themselves.
And that's what this is.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
Yes. And we're working with the UI designer on the new Moby glass, which should really help with this.
New Moby?
Oh, new Moby glass!
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to inject a lot more story into the persistent universe.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part.
That's the most important story in this.
How we build things.
Tell the lore.
So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details.
Great working on it.
Player experience and player agency.
I talk about Tassabanis so much, and the story they told with the Tassabanis missions was amazing.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
Interesting. I don't know, man. This is an interesting one.
And that was Design Brief Investigations. Joining us here, and the only constant to follow up on that, is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy, and Star Citizen Narrative Director, Mr. Dave Haddock. How you guys doing?
Of course, Aaron has a drink in the background.
These missions,
obviously.
We've got combat missions. We've got, calling missions. This is a whole new narratively driven kind of initiative for the Persistent Universe. What can you add to what's being said? How does this work, Dave? What kind of missions are we talking about? What kind of stories are we looking at here?
I mean, it's again, we're still trying to figure out. It's a really interesting technical challenge because basically, with a mystery, it's tied into the story, and so, but because we need to populate the universe, like it's presenting a really interesting challenge of how do we make these modular, but yet still feel specific. So it's a really unique challenge to try and navigate those waters.
Todd looks like
something that's satisfying.
A dad at
his kind of a new
sporting event that he just doesn't want to be there.
Much more non-combat specific.
He reminds me of Jay's 2 cents.
Take advantage of all our
I don't know
systems and
why.
just kind of explore and get to be these kind of detectives. Really.
Well, and ideally, it's something that you can't always notice or always be like, okay, it's Colonel Mustard with the
lead pipe,
with the lead pipe or the rope, So we want to make sure that it feels unique, to the area and interesting.
So Elliot's here, guys, in
like
chat.
Dave said, I think it is.
He asked if you like Detective Elliot.
To figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where we don't just, it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities of, you think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Persistent Universe as the sandbox, but I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision universe. So like that. So
that's why
it is our
matters.
10th anniversary.
So
I'm asking everybody who's joining us today for your favorite 10th anniversary stories. Todd, you're looking at me very intently, like what are you thinking right now? Like I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. For at least for me, it would have to be at least one of the SitCons. I know Brian mentions like the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, like that was such a
wild.
arduous process,
patch,
and
it was so broken
climbing
on release,
up that hill was so bad. A difficult one, but to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December.
His beard was massive.
We are in the global go, no go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, are we ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking in these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean,
people might not realize, but he's been around since the beginning.
The morning of the GDC announcement,
he was there
in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris, after at that point I'd been on it for a couple of months, of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff, was definitely the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was really, actually, it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot. Just to be able to work with that cast.
I remember all that.
The crew was amazing. Yeah. Everything about it was just like this real engaging. I mean, it was a three-month shoot, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3. Yeah, that's one that stands out for me huge as well.
It was.
I mean, the cast that was there and how you dealt with them on a daily basis and the passion that they had into the script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of there was a song that came about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot.
42, dude.
So. What? Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me.
What?
All right.
What the hell, Xylo?
So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore
this is going
what you
really
think
good.
you know about underground facilities, and then explode them in a whole new way. So check that out.
Guys, after this, I think we'll draw the first giveaway. So make sure you get in it.
Hello, I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted.
Guys, make sure you follow moist_noodle.
Don't follow me, I just play DCS.
Yes, follow moist_noodle if you guys haven't yet, please.
Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally.
The problem was everything.
Presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location.
Per location, wow.
Okay, this is the big start.
So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop.
The lobby.
Now for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like.
If that's medium-sized, I want to see the large.
So dominant features that we're seeing here is a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your player you should be able to navigate towards.
They got me again.
Like a corporate wing.
The hangar's the biggest.
Oh, calm down.
Most important part.
Down is very important to be able to get the landing pads or the landing hangars quite close to the facility because we wanted that experience as the player lands.
Dude, this is 2 years away.
Not far off from the location. They're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing,
I want to see more manufacturing.
Processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape. So we designed the silhouette primarily. So you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, tertiary ways.
It kind of reminds me of the Hurston building, right?
These locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below.
Oh, I love it.
Now moving on to the inside, so after the players landed, through the hangars to be brought up into the main.
Oh, they got you
now.
Oh, no.
Now these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the.
How much do I pay for one of these IRL?
Is, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like.
I'm thinking. Maybe we end up
moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the
being
physical
able to make
act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the
what is that vehicle?
Elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that
like
we
a
thought
big
could be quite
mule.
interesting is
it's
the elevator
Mule
itself
XL.
could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room.
That's what they're announcing today,
quite
dude.
Early.
Maybe,
what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now, ultimately, we didn't
is that
go
a
with
gun,
this
though?
idea. It was, didn't really fit the art style.
Riding a railgun, dude.
But it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now, it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in
there's a mule on the left
art
there.
style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants.
That's scale
So what we're
too.
seeing here is the control
big.
room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. But maybe underneath it,
this reminds me of Half-Life, dude.
Nooks and crannies.
There's an elevator
if we
just like
wanted
this
to
in
stealth
Half-Life
into the location.
2, I think.
We'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below. But also
this is so Black Mesa, dude. I love this.
All right, here's my issue with this.
Choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes
This is
to the
road
left,
to 4.0.
Maybe processing to the right, or
It's
maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things
there's
about
the freaking mule thing again with the crane.
Here is
a
pretty
crane
good
mule.
indication about how the player would exfiltrate
It's got
from the
curtains
location.
at the back window.
So
look.
a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible.
They drew this on a napkin.
Moving on to Zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose
I think this
is
proves
not for you to be walking around. So
it's
we
not Road
dedicated
2
spaces
4.0.
towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways.
We'll see this at some point during 4.0.
Kind of seeing where big trucks could kind of go, but we've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore and have fun with vehicles, right? So here we're seeing the mule
logistics
kind of going on one of these walkways.
Hell yeah.
Maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these play spaces, as we were having fun and visually exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically.
That's something Cyberpunk did really well.
Concept of a cargo elevator within
it's worth playing, dude,
the corridor.
Honestly.
I'm gonna try it.
Kind of similar to how you
but the
see
verticality
is
it's not just
control room looking at the flight.
There's a
deck.
lot of buildings
Here
that you can
could
go
kinda
into and
see
go up
something
and down.
Very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. Maybe as a player you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard.
That's
looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give
and the thing is,
tons
this
of
is all
opportunity
doable.
for not only
we know they could do
cool
this.
visuals, but also ways in which you can
locations have never been a problem.
Extra
it's just how long.
So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example.
And also, what do we do there?
Corridor. Now,
exactly.
Corridors
explaining
quite,
a little bit.
Important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of
they have a presentation about that later there.
Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that
give
it
Montreal 2 weeks.
Pushing down.
Somebody
so this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. Split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you're kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept
options.
of a
They're giving
corridor,
themselves options.
we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it. Maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents
more
other
steamy,
opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these
kind of
corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in which to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location.
It also allows them to build these locations in a modular
we
fashion.
Could maybe array
using
like
the
maybe
station
these
tech.
are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. Also inside here, there could be
I just
tea
see
rooms or break rooms or
all
offices.
visual
So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal.
The possibilities, but who's going to make those possibilities a reality?
To a small space, but also from one theme to another theme.
Yeah.
And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is
I guarantee we do not see this.
Explain
this could be a mobile game.
So on
I
the
can see it right
we're
now.
coming from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through.
And everything they showed today, this will be the thing that we don't
So this is how, again, we're going to try
the thing that gets held back the most.
Verticality.
I don't think so, dude. Locations, they've never really had an issue
going from a large corridor
releasing locations, right?
What we're considering here,
it's the gameplay that's normally the issue.
The tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these again will be continuing the radial motif.
I don't want to sound salty, but it looks amazing. The idea of it is amazing, but what are we going to do there?
Now from traversal networks to
that's up to somebody else, not
now as
this
the players
guy.
traversing through, we wanted to chat.
Somebody in chat mentioned the cargo decks, right? The cargo decks are amazing.
Here is an example
They're super immersive, but
an industrial space.
Yeah.
Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific. Just so in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing,
yes, this is my refinery,
all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces.
This
so
is my favorite room.
It's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas. Areas dedicated towards the control.
This reminds me of one of the later levels from
So
Alien
what we're seeing here
Isolation.
is, maybe it's the main map room. So this is where they control the networking
Like there's
of
this room with all these cyborgs.
And also
that's
on here,
what it reminds
you've got
me
the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial.
I'm really enjoying the mix of styles, dude. I'll be
more
honest.
like the corporate foyer we
cool.
saw up above. So
Yeah.
meeting rooms, office spaces, that sort of thing.
Looks like
and
the
what we're
890
seeing
jump.
here is maybe there's the data processing of the location. So as a quick idea, we thought these data racks are actually submerged for cooling in a base of water. We thought also it'd be cool if there's a cause and effect.
This is so
if the player
ridiculous.
solves a puzzle, they go from it being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we
I mean,
can
a lot
kind
of the styles
spark
that they've
ideas
already
or
shown us
conversations with
exist
design
already, right?
about
Maybe not this one with the water, but I don't think it's unrealistic,
Exposed underground.
And then lastly, Zone 4. Now, it wouldn't be a missed opportunity if we didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it's been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established
Now, this reminds me of Red Faction.
location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about.
Someone in chat said, "I can feel all the bugs."
Or, with
Me
the roads
too. What do they
routes.
feel like?
And as part of the roads, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, maybe there's a large boring machine still there,
I will not get baited by visuals.
Some form of gameplay opportunity for the player
let's
to
rein ourselves in,
traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool.
Like, it looks
also,
amazing.
As part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards
that's really nice.
natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also, if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. Another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing.
Here we go.
And get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process.
It doesn't mean they're actually working on it. You got to listen to them. We might have talked over it.
Of what we're pushing for
just
the new
for visual exploration.
Facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Okay, maybe they're working on it. I take it back. Or they're just baiting me. They're baiting me. They're baiting me. They're baiting me. This is bait. This is bait, chat. Don't take the bait. This is bait.
Dude, this is still like 2 years away, dude.
Easily. And if it's not, I'll be excited. Silo just said it's in active development in chat.
I mean, Star Citizen's in active development, so...
Yeah.
I'm trying to set my own expectations, all right? I remember the sandworm.
Yep. That technically would have been in development as well, right? Okay, it moved.
No, dude.
It's got smoke.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's just a door animation. Calm down.
But it's gonna go down. It goes down. Where does it go?
Like, lots of things go down, dude. It doesn't mean it's great, all right?
All right, I was just messing around, but yeah, I'm going to remain the most cautiously optimistic about this in particular.
That was the new Underground, starring our very
I mean, it looks amazing.
Star Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland. Ian, why are we redoing the Underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game. So it was always on our to-do list.
And
dude, Jared's got all the shirts.
Last 10 memory, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 or 8 weeks to make it. So that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and
they're still doing it.
Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a big, giant, empty, awesome-looking, playground with nothing to do.
Todd Pappy's there.
What are we going to be doing in these things?
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element, you know, that players can go and explore, but, you know, whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or, you know, deliver boxes to, like, all these elements go into.
That's not instilling
all the design elements. You know, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically, when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, you know, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
You know, 3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus, you know, 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Right. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. Cool. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all
the
backers.
raffle.
It's got Francis, the party animal plushie.
I'll draw the raffle now.
Which I believe is a
Seems
Finley
like a perfect time.
with a fun hat, isn't it? There's nobody here to answer me. A Falston jumpsuit, the Shubin edition, which is really cool. We don't have a lot of onesies in the clothing line, clothing-wise for the Precision Universe.
I'm gonna learn
and
this just
a
a
grenade
tiny
launcher
bit.
Because giving everybody in the universe a grenade
Guys,
launcher.
we are running a raffle for a VKB Gladiator Evo and a Monster Tech mount to go with it.
Tracker contest going on.
Exclamation point raffle to enter. I'm going to close it in 2 minutes.
Our JRDF are giving away Carrick, Freelancer, and Cyclone models, and the Halloween promotion is already live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know.
You're going to have to give me your address
on the robertspaceindustries.com website. And yes, I saw the
and
chat
it will ship
going,
directly from them.
I did comb my hair. Because while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got messaged by my mom, who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I comb my hair. Good.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned.
This is the one.
Need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler and Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience, Flight Comp feature team. They keep changing their names as much as I do.
Guys, I'm closing it.
They're going to talk about one of Star Citizen's oldest and most complex problems and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back here.
All right, good luck. The winner is Frozen Slow. Frozen Slow.
Hi, my name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a gameplay programmer in the vehicle feature team. I'm here with Rich
Frozen,
Towler,
get with the mods, please.
David Colson, Jed Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna talk to you about the upcoming changes to the flight systems and the combat
mods,
systems.
try to DM them something.
Which are done specifically for Squadron 42, but which will eventually find their way to the persistent universe.
Eventually find their way. This is so worrying. He said thank you.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences.
New guy we've never seen.
It's not just about an economy. It's not just about piracy. It's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we've started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game.
Frozen, the mods whispered you. Look at your whispers on Twitch.
We've been working away in the S42 branch.
I love this guy.
And this has really allowed us to isolate these ships. So we're kind of broken it down into archetypes. And it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack.
Leica, who's the guy that you're seeing here on screen, is actually
the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements. So when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got that additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going into the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past
a lot of this we've been hearing for a long time so far.
It's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Here we go.
It's a subject we've talked about many, many times in the past. And it's something we've tried many things with. We've tried limiting things at speed. We've tried adjusting handling at speed. We've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting. And it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to transverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
There's a massive universe out there to explore. There's planets to explore. And the feelings we want to capture with the speed, we still want an element of danger that you can still go too fast in lots of situations.
We have tried an awful lot over the past few years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
Yeah.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does.
They're kind of doing what I was hoping they would do.
These things in this
Okay,
mode.
I'm glad
And
you're
what
happy.
this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on.
Yes,
the
it's
missiles
like
can
Freelancer
land,
basically.
No shields when
all the
in
kind of
high
operational
speed.
things a ship does operates with.
This is literally what I asked
The
for.
speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning
This is
pending.
exactly what I was hoping for.
But
Yeah.
this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed.
I'm
You
actually
can
really
slightly
happy.
exceed
Very
this
happy with
by
that.
using boost,
I could cry.
but you cannot maintain
Do
any
it, let it out.
velocity beyond that SCM
10 years of
limit
this shit.
for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system. So you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM.
Huge.
What this
change
mode
here.
does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to, speed up your quantum drive and travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a
And you can
straight
control
line.
the ship.
Just to give you like a...
That's cool.
No.
Shit.
Quantum
Hold on, I
boost
yelled
will
over
allow
it.
you
He
to
said
go
it's
to
purely
target
in a
fast
straight
if
line.
it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances.
So I
between
wonder if the
between
maneuvering that they're
planets
doing
and-
here
and
is
large-scale stellar objects.
like a speed boost
But it comes
if you
at a
keep it
cost.
centered.
Your capacitor systems are
don't know.
non-functional because they
There were a number of
interfere
bars
with
filling
the
up
quantum
there.
bubble that is allowing you to go
Because
fast.
that is what I was asking for,
You
dude.
won't
I
have
was
shields.
basically
Your
saying
shields
I
will
want more of a
collapse
reason
right
to
away
be
when you-
engaged with
when
my
you- when you
ship
swap into quantum
in
mode.
quantum, right?
Your weapons will stop working because
No
anything that's
weapons
firing
in quantum
outwards of
mode.
the ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work. And
No
you will also
countermeasures.
not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this, you won't have your weapons during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in. at any particular point. So if
This
you
doesn't
feel
change
the threat
anything.
of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode.
My shields go down, I switch.
This is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
I run,
because
I switch back.
Going into the two
there
different
needs to be a
modes is
charger
like a
to get back
systemic
into
thing
quantum
within the
mode.
ship's items.
That's what I was hoping
we
for,
actually
which is
have the
basically what
opportunity now to define
Freelancer
ship
does.
roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble,
there you
or
go.
devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes.
That's
for example,
here,
specific
now
ships
he's
like
talking.
interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people, or for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more efficiently, so that they could catch up with you, go into standard control mode and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing
In
something
theory,
like
this
that.
all sounds good.
It's
I think
something
we
that's
really need it in our hands, though.
Change the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing
There
it
are
every day in
wizards in
studio,
this
we're
game
refining it, we're tweaking
that will
bits here
find the
and there.
holes.
But we're at that stage now where we're tweaking and balancing. And we've got the core features. It's there in the game playable. And the difference it's made on the game for us is it's basically night and day.
Because the speeds have been limited in standard control mode, suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things like capital ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets
so dangerous.
I'm really excited to try this, dude.
More important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
Just fly by with an A2
This
and
is
drop
a really
an A2
exciting
bomb on
change
it.
because it allows us to keep the combat speeds relatively low, where we know that the gameplay is better for that, while also keeping the point-to-point travel speeds as high as they should be for PU.
Playing with Master Modes in Squadron 42 has been a lot of fun, simply because it's changed the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find
I'm so happy
that
for
were
you.
fighting at a huge distance. Now you're finding that you're in really tight, close
Now put it in
combat
MC.
with players.
So
I think
excited
the biggest
for this.
part of this
This is
going to
literally
be
what I've been
when
asking
we
for
have
about
the
3
larger
years.
ships
I'm happy.
interacting with the smaller ships.
I'm not
Once we
saying
can
it's going to
have
be
battles
perfect.
with
There
big
are
capital ships and
definitely
smaller
areas where I
ships,
think I
we'll
can
have
pick
brought
holes
something
in
to the
this,
Star
but
Citizen world that I don't think has
it's
been
going to be great to
as
try. I
cracked
think it's going to be an
before,
improvement over
and
what
I
we
think
have
it'll
now.
make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the
that
ship
looked amazing.
speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
There's certainly a
So it's
lot
been
more
a really
work
long journey
after
here,
this.
because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point. But
yeah, these locations do
we
actually
always
look
end up
amazing
coming
to
back
live
to
fly.
that. Let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for
Careful
Star
what you
Citizen,
say.
specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, that we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making. And we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So
Yeah, we
thanks a
can't
lot
wait to have
for
it.
listening to us today. We're very, very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And yeah, we'll hope to see you
This is
fighting in
my
the verse.
first applause panel, I think. So that was pretty good.
Yep.
I just think it needs to be in
so
our hands. I'm really
I've
worried about
got,
it not being in our hands.
Out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx. Love
Dude,
my
can we
Lando
appreciate
feeling.
that pistol on the bar there?
Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ort win.
Ort win.
Oh, that's good.
Shout
I'm
out
going
to
to start
Ortwin.
the
It's been a
next
long time.
giveaway
Hey,
now,
Ortwin.
guys. The second one.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really?
Whoa,
Show the camera.
Jesus Christ.
Ah. Right. That's Vandal Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John? Oh, I dropped the cards. This
Ken Shadow,
Talk to me about this
OG
segment
of
we just
OGs.
watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many versions of this. We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names now. Yeah, it's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do when questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while.
Yeah.
We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're
really
focused on Squadron first for
me,
that,
Emmy.
and Squadron has a much smaller subset.
I thought it was text
of
to
ships
speak.
than the
I don't know
PU.
why he just put me. He just told me
It's
to
a lot
come
easier
sit
to
down.
do a
I have
system
no
like
idea
this,
what I'm doing here.
get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics, it's UI, HUD, radar star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do
they
you
drinking?
keep it more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
On the job?
We have to do like
Listen,
a broad
we're
tuning
drinking
across
here
the board
too.
for everything.
Yeah.
Day one for when this goes into the PU. Hopefully by then a lot of those will be really where we want them. That, as with game development and constant is change.
Yeah.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera to my camera.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's a great thing. It's very hard to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just
oh my god, the
delete
fact he
a
has
couple
to
times.
clarify that is embarrassing. No. Oh no.
All right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So
People
we've
are
been bouncing
speculating
back
so
and
much.
forth between you know really hot visuals with the planets of Pyro, and then gameplay stuff with investigations, and back to the really hot visuals with the underground facility, then back to the solid gameplay stuff with the flight experience.
Noodle,
Up
I
next
have
is
to eat if
another
you're
really
hungry.
Solid visuals.
Don't hesitate.
I'm
Lorville.
good, dude.
Okay.
Lorville, beat me at camera 1. Lorville. Star Citizen's first landing zone.
Here we go.
We've learned a lot since it was first put in. We've built Microtech, New Babbage. We've built Orizon on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area
Having a
18
pup
on
sup,
ArcCorp.
guys.
But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So
here we
we'll
go.
send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
All right. This is a big one. Again, will be very visual, but these guys also focus on the gameplay at their locations in the past. So
my
here we
name
go.
is Ian Leyland, and I'm the art director for Star Citizen. And today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now, with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd have ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Horizon, we all developed.
I actually think Area 18 was disappointing.
We always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back
Agreed.
into Lorville. To start us off, I'll
It had a
throw
lot
it
of
over
potential
to Eric,
that never
our
was
principal
realized.
concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric.
I feel like these guys will be reworking it next,
concept artist
to be
for
honest.
Star Citizen.
Well, the issue with Area 18 is that it has its own planet
I'm
tech,
here for
and that's the
talking
major
about
limitation.
Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety
No, but he's a fucking
of
Chad.
sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly a gameplay issue.
Oh, we have seen him
because
before,
we
okay.
would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city.
I already
to
like it.
let the player have a fun experience to flying through that.
I want to see more vehicles
after
flying
the
around, dude.
sketching process and get some approval, I need to know very well the footprint of that city. We build a city from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city. They build in a gray zone. So
That's
everything
huge.
it's built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this
Going
is
off
why
this concept, I want to see more smoke and fog,
basis
dude.
to working on that. So I need to make sure that
And
the
then the pyro
ratio
fog
of everything
that
fits
we
well
saw, right?
to
You know?
approach closely as
adds
possible.
depth,
So
right?
mainly the
And
goal
life.
is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense. So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that, because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my my 2D background.
I love this guy.
To make
I appreciate the amount of windows,
the best
dude.
as possible.
This is one of the issues that I have, especially with the
concept
Area
art,
18 or with
all
Outpost. The lack of
techniques
windows
inside
in
of it.
buildings is weird.
3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that. And
Whether this is
they
in
make
game
sure
or not,
they
I would
believe
buy
on that project,
a print of this, a
and
poster
they
of
could
this.
saying, well, okay, now
Yeah,
we
I'd
are
download it and
Lorville
print it off at home, yeah.
2.0, and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max.
Okay.
And he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez,
one of our
m'inspire
biggest, for sure.
énormément dans mon travail.
Like the French speaking and the German communities are huge.
From the concepts done, it was time to start it in engine, and we've had to evaluate what was possible to do and to extend or to make it much bigger than the initial Lorville city, up to something that matches the
wow,
ambition.
look at the silhouettes
For
in the
instance,
distance, dude, Jesus.
We are keeping the L19 area, we are keeping the CBD, we're keeping the spaceport, and we're building upon this and just extending the city. We've done several tests with the transit system, the rails, and we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates, but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city.
Extending the rails further?
As just a placeholder.
Look how far it goes out, dude.
White
That's
box,
crazy.
very primitive to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around. And
wait, nah, don't
like
tickle
actually,
my
do
balls,
some races
CIG.
in it. We're building arches.
Oh, fuck off.
bridges,
No, dude.
and,
This is a meme. They won't let
underpasses,
us.
and
Nope.
it makes it interesting to be able to fly
I think they're
around.
gonna let
we
you.
see the community of players. They're
They've
doing
shown
like
this shit before.
The
emergent gameplay
racetracks,
of
come
races,
on.
and that inspires
Yeah,
us.
they love it.
And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like a
There's 0%
Montreal's,
chance
tools
this is
teams
bait.
now that are working on like Houdini tools, and they are we're chatting with them, see what we could.
Did he just
could
fly to that
use
building?
from the library of tools? There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail. Especially around landing pads.
Wait, hang on. He's
rooftops,
flying a 300
and
series, dude.
lookout
This isn't
areas.
possible. Nope.
And
This is
these
fake.
are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually
It
connect
hasn't exploded yet.
To the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're 5. And we could even be like more soon.
5 people did that.
Each artist has slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate, because
I think it looks great, dude.
It's gonna make such a huge difference.
Thanks, Max. That's looking great. And hopefully you guys can kind of see, even in a white boxing format, we're seeing really good scale reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Lorville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
What a difference. Whoa!
I do think it's a great improvement, for sure. I really hope they're using that new window shader tech.
The shit pipe is still there, thank God.
Dude, I need my daily intake of turds, you know? Where are my floating jellyfish, CIG?
Where do I deliver cargo? Like,
can I land on the TBC yet? Let me land on top of the building then.
Maybe.
So you've taken the one that had
Wait,
the
is this
most
another shit?
egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it.
I'm going to go black for a little longer. I'm finishing my sandwich.
No fly zones.
All right.
They were there for a reason at the time, but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better player experience with that regard. And if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, what would be really cool, right? It's like, we want to keep the player experience in, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Lorville, as you've seen, we want that experience to be as low as possible to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Lorville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And, we discussed the art pipeline for years. We've been doing, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Lorville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art. We're in the final art phase. So basically, blockout white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. So we're always trying to keep the team on the toes, but grey boxing is terminology.
Final art is very far along.
All art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits,
it's kind of like the final phase,
and you're using kits and you're in grey boxing. You're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Lorville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Lorville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is
rework Lorville. They expanded
more akin to a journey to
right.
4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list of this is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development.
4.17, like we're at now.
The project
it should have said 4.x.
That's how this works.
Man.
But everything you're seeing on today's show here is
maybe
everything that's
somebody
said
in
the process, in the pipeline, being developed now. 4.4, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth.
Classic CIG. I'm
before we jump
sorry.
to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the
at least they're setting out our expectations now, right?
Yeah, the digital
I respect
that.
They're talking about the free goodie pack, dude. I'm so excited.
Plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers. Just register your account and
yes, give more grenade launchers because that's what we need.
And pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now.
There's a watch party
shout out to the folks down in San Diego who I saw on Twitter earlier. The JRDF contest, our partners at JR Design and Fabrication, create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful Star Kitten, a dragonfly.
I do not have a Star Kitten dragonfly.
I'm gonna put this in there.
They actually painted that one for him.
It's on focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there.
Bite it.
Look at my Star Kitten dragonfly in focus because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
He looks so awkward, dude.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website.
The screen behind them
for your chance to win.
Yeah,
a
dude,
carrot,
it looks
a
amazing.
Or a cyclone.
Changed.
And then don't forget the Halloween promotion.
Yeah, well, it's changed every time they've gone back.
With scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite.
Scary helmets. They should have put
I think every single winner we've ever
the
had
bear
has been from
helmets in the
Texas.
loot
I don't
too.
know why that is, but they take their pumpkin
I love the bear
carving
helmets
very
too.
seriously.
Yeah.
Although
All right,
people got
we've
so
rambled
triggered
on
about
enough.
them when they were
Let's
added.
throw it to the next
Because they're too
presentation.
cartoony.
Now, I'm gonna
I
set
remember
this
people
one up
saying,
there. I'm
"Oh,
gonna
what
put
is this, Fortnite?"
Make the
I loved it.
Yes. I'm holding it in my hand, so I got up. I'm just gonna put it there. It's gonna be safe. Resource management.
All right. This is the one.
What did I
This
want
is
to
the
say
one
about
they've
this?
been.
When I backed the project back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay.
Same.
That positional experience of a
Don't fuck
captain
this
and a
up,
navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this. That multi-crew experience has been what drew me to the project, first as a backer until I came in to do this on a spaceship. Did I mention I have a spaceship? I have a spaceship. And if you're like me, on our 10-year journey, I've been wondering, when's going to be the day? Where are we at with this stuff? Well, Dan Truffin and Thorsten Lyman are here to talk about the actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward,
So
and
not
take it away,
related to
Dan and Thorsten.
the refinery thing as much. For this, it's looking like. So let's see. Big one. Big one.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffin. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lyman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think
For background, these are the two guys that made mining.
Star Citizen
or
functions
Dan was. I don't know if the other guy was there yet.
Will play the game in the future, and that is resource management.
I do like Dan Truffin.
I love Dan.
Yeah.
Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships.
So this can be
where
used
you
for
have certain
more than just
resources
ships.
like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outposts function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather
There's
than
something wrong with that
destroy.
Vanguard. It's not
Missions
going back
like
because
Siege
it's
of
1200
Horizons
people
will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters to the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads and actually keep that loop engaging. And
this is 4.12.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to
Where's the
maintain
fire
all the
propagation pack?
resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship trying to change fuses, repair various things that have broken down. You will have tactical officers
hide
moving
Noodle for a
shields
second.
from one side of the ship to another in order to counter whatever incoming
One
damage you
second.
have.
Oh, no.
Obviously, the pilot
Sorry.
is going to be doing his job trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay.
Oh no!
Oh no!
And for
Oh,
all
we're
of
good.
you
We're
out
good. We're good.
there
We're
that
good.
Are
Oh.
waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships. This is the
I'm
system
not.
that is going to make using those ships.
Mine came back.
So all that said, this
Oh,
is a
damn,
really
dude.
important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly
They're digging
this
into
is.
the details.
Hey, I got an ad for Audible.
Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall,
Noodle's
prioritizing
back.
certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might
Dude, apparently the
discover. And
stream
here, the
had it
life
happen.
support system is a key factor.
Like my stream too.
Here,
It
the
was a
life
whole Twitch
support,
thing.
You have to maintain it.
Oh, damn.
Meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you don't.
I dropped no frames.
So
As
this
part of
sounds
item
great, but I'm
maintenance, the
kind of
player,
hoping
will
to
be able to
see something.
control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with
Oh, he's carrying
new items or
a
sometimes dodgy
component.
items,
Damn,
depends
that's
on-
yeah.
depending on their.
That's a
What is that,
quantum
power
drive.
plant?
Will be able
Is
to
that quantum drive?
control
Damn.
which sub items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to.
There's a lot of
run,
items in game.
It's
gonna take a long time to
broken fuses
do it
when
for
the
all of
item
them.
stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is
I love his hair.
something that defines which items are connected to each other. And what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles. The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns on the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is a concept that you experienced
I like
already
it.
in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up.
Classic
And
CIG gravity.
we would
There
like
we
to
go.
give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity.
I'm so happy
Or
they put that there.
There might be other use cases where a zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So if it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is where are we with all of this?
Yes.
Currently, we have working in-engine
They're self-aware
prototypes
now
of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout
this
the
is
ship.
gonna be cool.
So we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
Connecting top of the show.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate.
Oh, now we're talking. I love choking. That was hot.
Interesting that the temperature never changed.
Dude, they showed us this in like 2015.
I know. but the person didn't fall over and die, and there was not a yellow and black dot, okay?
Fire expulsion.
Oh, there's the fire, dude. Oh, no, not again.
Yep, happened to me again. Come on. Do you guys still see us?
Hello?
Okay, so it's F on the CIG side? Okay.
I think your stream with 69 viewers single-handedly broke Twitch. Well done, dude.
Fuck, man. It's CIG. Jared fucking jinxed it. Oh, no!
Oh, dude!
Are you kidding me?
Dude.
Literally jinxed it. What an
It wouldn't
ass.
be a CIG stream without something breaking. Beautiful.
No way.
It's okay. We can take a moment to let people call in.
Yeah. Do you guys want to? Never
Oh,
mind.
things back up.
We're back. Sorry. Fuck you guys.
Fuck chat.
We'll do call-ins hopefully in a minute.
Making new players suffocate.
Are you into this stuff, Emmy?
That's a lot of bald people, dude.
Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere.
Are they showing gameplay?
Are they showing gameplay? Gameplay that they showed quite a few years ago. But yeah.
Dude, that UI looks finished to me. Ship it.
Fuck it. I don't know why they don't put in UI like this for us.
And
I'd be okay with
making
it.
players suffocate again.
Oh, let's turn us off. My bad, guys.
Oh, he's choking.
Oh, jeez. Gravity off, gravity low, or gravity on?
Dude, gameplay, bro. This is crazy.
Then you turn the gravity low and have some hot. You can jump. Yeah, up onto
Dude, that's
things.
sick. That is sick.
And this is a preview of the like different facing of the derelicts that they're trying to put on, it looks like.
What about the big balls, dude? Do you remember the big balls? I loved the big balls. You know the gravity balls?
Oh, yeah. The Saboteur just took their shields on.
Now, this is the shit I'm excited for, dude. I don't know if you know Tumblerino, but he loves sneaking on people's ships and just turning off random thrusters.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning. So let's talk about what's next for the resource management system.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release, but this is what we're aiming for. Interactable and accessible items on ships, relay gameplay, changing fuses on the relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network for each ship, an engineering UI with at least a list or schematic view of your ships, external engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating.
So 2 years away.
And after the initial release,
this is going to be a lot.
Will fall into place with subsequent patches.
Everything else will just fall into place, guys. I feel like I've heard that before.
We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago. It is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system, and this has been an interesting journey, and finally we're starting to see the fruits of the labor. And
I'm not dropping any frames.
It's got to be Twitch's side. Like, you're fine to me.
In the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that
it's regions that are derping with Twitch, I think.
Yeah.
Such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now.
If you squint your eyes, you can just about make out Squadron
all the
42.
tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players, where every decision counts.
Look at the size of that gun, dude.
This is the stuff that makes me really proud of what we are working on.
Bro, I thought he was going to say makes me hard.
Thank you for letting us share our progress with you, and we hope you're happy with all this progress, and have a nice CitizenCon.
I mean, that was all right, dude. We saw something, right?
We saw something. It doesn't quite feel like progress until it's in your hands, though, but sure.
Yeah.
Really cool. Okay.
I mean, it's better than them just talking about it.
18 minutes.
Like
that
last
was
year.
that was Dan Truffin
I'm okay
and
with
Torsten
that.
Lyman talking about the resource
was a good panel.
management system, and joining us to follow up on it is Todd Pappy, John Crew.
Better
Guys,
in ways.
This has been
in
a
some
long
ways
time
and not
coming.
as
I know we still got a ways
others.
to go. I don't make it sound like it's it's done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very this to me brings the interaction that we want in environments, but also in ships. So like you said with the multi-crew stuff, but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting it in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. One of the components. It's not the only thing. But
but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. It's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
Being able to make imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you can cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is this is what really opens the game.
Jared, stop.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is.
Oh, you
ships.
died, and it just came
Yeah,
back.
it was fine.
What's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulle, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago.
So a small ship, medium ship, large
ones
ship.
in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do
The
all
good
this
thing about this is people are going to want to use these
really
ships
cool in
because
that
it's cool.
Video was
So the
was
interactions work on
the
both
fire
sides,
gravity
attacking and
atmosphere stuff.
defending.
Like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it. Now engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad
But what are
time
the
for
people who
all
flies
involved.
Hammerhead solo going to do,
Like I said before we say that, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me.
The solo
in.
890 jump.
So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy that's sitting here, it's like, don't hype, manage your expectations.
Just flying
You
A2,
should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. I'm just,
Because he
this
hyped,
is the part
my
of the thing that
expectations
I've been
were really high for this,
pushing.
and it actually didn't meet my
excited.
expectations because of that.
All
as
right,
much.
so
But
we've
still
I mean,
very
it was
cool.
kind of what I was expecting. I was hoping to see something
from the
about
visuals to the gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay.
I'm pretty sure it
to the
specifically
gameplay.
mentioned homesteads, right?
We've only
They
got
did.
one more scheduled presentation left.
It opens it up.
Ship talk, talking ship. Our annual celebration of
All right,
vehicles.
what are we going to get, chat?
New coming to the
I don't
to
think
the
we're gonna get
pipeline. Vehicles coming straight
calls
to fly.
it.
They're going to
Bolting
announce something.
in
They're
the
going to
middle.
announce something.
That's going to start John
I'm going to draw the giveaway, and they effed. So I'm definitely going to draw the giveaway.
and Ben Curtis and Paul Jones, and I'll let them take it away.
Well, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Yeah, we can both go pee during this. Who cares? Closing the entries. Exclamation point raffle. This is a thank you to our partners, VKB and Monster Tech. We're giving you an Evo, Gladiator Evo, and a Monster Tech mount for it.
I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, Vehicle Art Director, and Paul Jones, Concept Art Director.
Oh, wait like a minute.
And this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. Like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the Pick a Ship or Vehicle concept series. To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries that is designed to take on a variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew level and does a wide variety of tasks.
Crusader
depending on which
Cutlass.
variant you pick. The two standout competitors to this ship are naturally the Cutlass and obviously the Cutlass Blue, Red, Steel, and the Freelancer series.
Yep.
Those are all similar sized ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from
Crusader Cutlass.
Crusader Industries sort of stylish physical appearance.
A Crusader Cutlass.
Also their renowned speed and agility
Huh?
over those.
A Crusader Cutlass.
We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit.
Shit, I can't wait for it to be
C1,
nerfed.
which is the cargo hauler version. We have the A1, which is the light to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which is the executive VIP transport.
Oh, the executive PI
really nice
VIP
features
version.
of
Very
the Spirit
nice.
series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1 is the cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SCU of cargo capacity in the central area. Accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp.
Dude, that's not
Wide
a
enough
Cutlass,
to
that's a
allow
freaking Connie,
variety
bro.
of ground-based vehicles on board, such as the Cyclone. You won't be fitting large
I'm drawing the
engines
raffle,
like
everybody.
the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over. The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options.
Jesus Christ.
This comes with size 5 bombs. They are arranged in 2 vertical gravity dropped formations down each side of the central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the 2 sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see.
Oh my God, there's so much more bombs. There's so many bombs.
The bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role to what the Starlifter does in terms of the bomber. I think it's a much kind of smaller.
Congrats again, Method. I see your chat.
So it's much more agile. You're going to
the mods are going to contact you.
And doing your bombing run and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to.
I look forward to the 20-minute walk to the bridge. It's going to be really good.
It really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet that you're bombing. Obviously, the A2 has both heavy hitters and what could be described as carpet bombing, whereas this is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground. And lastly, we have the E1 variant, which solely existed.
I thought it was going to be an E-War
Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP one is
take my money
module. It's basically split into two levels.
I just got to figure out what I'm melting.
And so we really want to sort of
somebody in chat said it's 180 pounds.
Experience.
Chat
or euros.
I need money.
Coming into a sort
chat.
of
Somebody give me the credit card.
But when you get into the module,
that's not that expensive. Right?
You've got lockers, space.
That's like $1,000 these days.
Essentially, you're going to 2 elevators, left or right, and take you up to the top deck. So it has.
I'm not buying ships. I'm just melting.
First class feeling.
I think
I'm not buying ships. Someone else is buying it for me, right? Chat.
The E1 stand out compared to some of our other ships is the kind of the large panoramic glass roof.
Dude, that looks so good.
In this kind of shared VIP area, you're going to have great views and be able to kind of like explore the verse in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module.
So the Mixmaster will be in
and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. And then players will also have super comfy seats. They'll have the widescreen TV in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into these ships and being able to kind of explore the verse and experience that kind of luxury living that I've not yet to experience.
So between the 3 variants, there are a number of shared areas. The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters /
oh my God, it does look like the Normandy.
Component
it
access.
Does, yeah.
And then you have the variant section which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of the ship, you naturally have the ramp access area. So that's the Crusader
just remember
Spirit.
This is a concept.
I hope you look forward to seeing this.
It could be
seeing what it can do in the game.
Literally years before you ever see it. Literally years.
At the very start of our vehicle production
pipeline. It's not going to be as bad as the Manu Birchman.
Let's talk about the Drake Corsair.
You are buying a picture. That is a promise to make it at some point.
The Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration gap in their lineup. We've seen a lot of Drake ships of
this will be in the next
various
patch.
Usage and roles, such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass.
Oh, dude, it looks so good.
You naturally have the Constellations, Treasured Eye as the competitors, and what Drake brings is its usual
that's a lot of guns.
Rugged,
that is
overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's dedicated
R.I.P. Connie.
ship.
Holy shit.
It's a kind of a medium, deep space vessel, effectively. It's got a crew.
It looks so good. I didn't think I was going to like it, but it does look good.
It's mean looking, dude.
It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas.
It's actually very Star Warsy.
Oh, yeah,
nonsense,
very.
no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back up and running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see,
I always find it weird when artists
the ship
tell you about
immediately
gameplay,
see the sort of heritage
and what you'll be able to do.
that's running through.
Yeah,
makes no sense.
The Spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded
Feels very
with guns,
salesman.
Loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it. So I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final art. Most of the exterior has had, the majority of its core art time spent on it. We've still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy. But it's in a good place, so I'm really, really excited to be able to show you.
Okay. So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again, we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its
That
cockpit.
looks great, dude.
The pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then kind of classic
better
kind of
version
Drake
of
styling
the
is the
Cutlass.
co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor. That transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot.
It actually really reminds me of the Apache from
section.
DCS.
It's you move right forward and you're sat pretty much.
I feel like you should go down a ladder to go down to that spot.
Both the pilot and the co-pilot.
It's
the other
too
nice
tech-
thing
it's
about this
too,
cockpit,
like-
I agree.
again, you've
Yeah.
got these
It's
massive
not Drake.
guns that stuck out either side of you. So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters.
But cool
So the
nonetheless.
captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities. As you move back,
Oh,
through
true.
the
The
ship,
Drake goes
there's
up. Yeah. Fair,
guest
chat.
kind of
Fair.
roads directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion.
Wait, they changed something from the
yaw
concept?
axis.
I need to go to
Quite
Reddit and
limited at
complain.
Concept stage to about 45 degrees. Each way, you're now looking at 90 degrees pretty much each way, so it's a lot more effective.
Oh, goddamn,
especially
yeah.
forward firing, which, again, the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards. Having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got you've got the remaining 3 crew
There's a
quarters.
panel there.
that, being Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed, you've got somewhere to store your gear.
I love this.
And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
The main habitation area though is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship in that there's a decent sized space.
Excuse me.
You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower, it's got a toilet, whatever. You've got the
Not very Drake,
the
it has a
kind of
toilet.
chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive. And
I
then
just
right
poop in
the
a
heart
box,
of
dude.
The
Yep.
habitation area. There's a large kind of sizable.
Holy shit, that's the,
seating
Caterpillar,
area, and that's
exactly.
not just for the crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that
I kind of feel like
the next move. And really,
the
decide where
Caterpillar,
you're taking
they
your
nailed that
adventure.
style from
As
there,
we
right?
move back
it's
from
the
habitation,
best.
we start to get into like the
Which
rear
is
half of the
impressive
ship.
considering
I think
how early it
if
was.
The habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship. Then the
Oh, look at
engineering
this.
area is the real heart of the ship itself.
That's so cool.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram
Someone in chat said,
components in.
"Honey, hide my
And off
visa."
one of those, you have the side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of.
Jesus, dude,
before
they
you get to the
really
rest of the
did
ship.
cram it
Then
in, didn't
you've also
they?
got the
Oh,
lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes
Oh, I
you,
love
up
this!
to the roof of the ship.
yeah.
So if
Dude,
you
that's
wanna go
sick,
on a
bro!
Facebook, or you need to go and repair something on the
What?
exterior, then you've
That's
got
amazing!
straight up the
That's
lift,
sick.
and out you go.
Then finally at the rear, you have the main cargo
Holy
hold,
shit, bro!
which has space for an Ursa rover or similar sized vehicles and
You can fit an Ursa.
along with a significant cargo capacity.
And being a Drake ship, there's a huge ramp on the back of it. all the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement.
Yeah,
of
the
it.
Cutty used to have the door on the side, if you remember, on top of the wing, and they got rid of it when they
enjoy that Drake experience.
They made the new Cutties, which was a shame.
And you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today, a vehicle that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Greycat STV.
The what?
The Greycat STV, dude.
The fuck is
Racing
this?
is a cool and fun
The
aspect
Greycat.
of Star Citizen.
A racing Greycat.
And it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves.
Dude,
It's something that we really want to help
I'm
support.
getting one already.
From within CIG. So we wanted to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
So the STV is the Greycat.
Not
sports
STD,
terrain
chat,
vehicle.
STV.
It builds on what they learned from the PTV, but it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person, open-topped, sports styling.
Sexually transmitted vehicle.
Razz around on the planet. So the STV is actually part of a wider family of vehicles. You may recognise a resemblance in the name to the Greycat PTV, which is also part of that family. And we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is
So
the
ugly, that's
utility
amazing.
terrain vehicle. And we've actually reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV.
Oh god,
And
dude, there
when
are going to
you
be
see
so
all
many
three
posts on
sides,
Reddit
you'll see that
about people who are upset about a
The
reconcepted
interior again
PTV.
is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So, the floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through. The seats are easily removable, so you can lets you see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into.
I appreciate it. So when you
The
piss
wheels are a
yourself,
big
you can clean it
feature.
easily.
Large sort of rubber mud guards.
It's weird. They need to get these guys working on Vandal Mask
There's
variants.
lots of
All the detail
subtleties,
is very nice
in
on
terms
the
of
new variants.
roll cage, the sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space and go off with your big multi-crews. But what this really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground.
All we need now is some road
It's
tech.
not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back. So if you are out there
Explore your
doing
hopes and
missions,
dreams, Mike.
rather than having
Jesus.
to fly your
Oh.
ship directly to where the mission is.
Oh, that's
it allows you
amazing.
to land slightly out there.
You can
slightly
store
in a
your weed
safer
in there.
area. You've
Yeah.
still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need.
They just sucked
and
it
get
in,
and
dude.
out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed.
Bro,
and
is
that
this all the
makes it
balancing
a compelling racing choice?
on the ground vehicles
best
for
thing
this
about
thing to be the
Star Citizen as a whole
fastest?
is it kind of
so people buy it.
dude.
a lot of
Guaranteed.
gameplay,
Yeah.
and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think,
Funnily
one of
enough, the
things
only
that
way you're
a
going to
lot
win
of us
the
are
new
excited to turn
Daymar
back
rally
racing
is to
the
have
game.
this vehicle.
A lot of us come
Weird.
from
Crazy.
Weird how
Yeah,
that
the
works.
chances
a
of
racing
that.
background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are.
There's the
technical
Daymar.
heads
Look,
apart.
you said it. The
So I think
Daymar
being able
rallying
to
right now.
Build on
I
that kind of
fucking
gameplay
called it.
in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action.
Oh, we're memeing
in a
Xylo.
race
Xylo
or
responded to that.
A
It's just a
likely
joke.
story, Xylo.
You'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
There you go. At the end of the broadcast, and
finally,
we talked over what
the
they're
most
doing
important aspect
at
of
the end.
these inaugural shows, the pick a ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years,
Nice, Alan.
you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway.
There you go.
So instead of just doing
So the
that again and
STV
pretending
is
that
going to
we're
be
not gonna do
debuted
that,
at the
we thought
Atmo
we'd do something
Esports
slightly
event
different this
after
year
this
and just
show.
have a single ship option and the choice is actually the manufacturer and the style.
I wasn't sure if I could say it. Yeah.
So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion. Because if
This
you know those
had
two
to be
ships,
coming,
there's
dude.
quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap.
That's the
with
biggest torpedo in the
an
game.
intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big RSI Orion, which the scale of its mining is nothing like any other mining ship in the game. The Mole.
My cam is back on
the
for
current
this.
mining system. Just lots of it. So
I'm turning you back on,
with this
dude,
larger
Noodle,
ship,
even though you don't care.
we want to
No, I
increase
do, dude.
that
I love
and
the
also
Orion.
provide
I love the
onboard
Mole. I just don't
space
like the
for
Prospector.
our ground mining vehicles, such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come
What are they
across.
doing here?
So with that, we have three choices, which are
Oh,
basically the manufacturers. We have
Oh, they're
RSI's
asking us
first
to
choice.
choose?
So
oh, this is
obviously
the
RSI
voting.
to the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so
Argo.
naturally it could be
Argo, I agree.
Argo.
The design of Argo is
and then we
so
have
good.
MISC, the third option.
Nah,
Obviously, MISC do the
Argo,
Prospector.
all the way.
So
It's
again,
gotta be
keeping it
Argo.
all within the same family. As you
Yeah.
can see from these images, they each have their
It's not even gonna be
very
close.
styling take on
Yeah.
that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this ship
Okay,
talk
we can
panel,
hide
Jared
again.
will come on
Sorry.
and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
Oh, we're back anyway. There we go. Argo all the way, bro.
All right, and so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com
The Crusader
website.
Spirit looks
the
absolutely
STV
incredible.
is
It does look
coming
cool.
to the PT, coming
I
to
love Crusader. I have
the
all of them.
universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's
There
happening
you go.
after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently,
Can we
you went through
unfuck
and
mining, please?
just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
Oh my god!
That's certainly one take on, on what happened.
We were just
to talk about it a
kidding.
bit more in depth.
It was a
actually
joke,
planned for
calm
quite
down.
some time. As we know, game development
heard.
timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 318 Ivacati, which
You made him
sadly
do this?
did
Okay.
not come out before 317.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55
They're like
meters a
remote
second,
control
so
cars,
over
dude.
120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially
the
on
future.
like Star Citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to
True,
bring the
though.
cyclones
True.
down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes.
Yeah, the
But
ROC goes
idea
35
was
meters
people
per
get to
second. I think
see
it's
it
the
in 318.
fastest.
So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 317.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like, when you say, I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect for the Starliner, which anybody should know is my favorite ship. That's still not out yet, John.
Here's a little taste to what it could be.
When you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these
They're
people.
working
I'm
on the
asking for me. What does
gameplay,
that
right?
mean?
Or they're thinking about working on the gameplay.
Obviously, the Starline is quite an
Transportation.
old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development, so the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that
E1
VIP
Guyver.
first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature
It's unique.
of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon shuttle concept, and
Oh yeah.
we'd planned
This
to
is
do
the
like
Horizon
a
shuttle
Crusader
meme.
Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated to like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time. And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight to
As long as
drivable
Misk doesn't win, I think I'm
vehicle,
okay.
Going live on the website and stuff at the end of this
I
broadcast.
really don't like the prospect though.
No.
That's an exciting
love it,
push in the Grey Cat.
The other two are cooler.
In the Grey Cat arena, it looks sporty as heck.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime later on.
There should have been a Drake
It's not
option.
in active development right now, but
Wait,
when we decided to do the STV, we were like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Minor from back in the day. They're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and we're like, here's the reworked PTV, still looks how everyone recognizes it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version, let's do a utility version, and so we've got those three together now that you can really see like the family lineup, and they each do slightly different things, which is cool. But yeah, the STV is that beach buggy, dune buggy thing to just razz around.
No, it's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes. But before we get there, last year's CitizenCon
Theaters of War. No,
presentation,
definitely.
We
for
we
sure.
explored a lot of the Outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the year since. So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be a neat surprise. So stay tuned.
There's going to be a neat surprise. Outlaw lifestyle. What is this?
This is the stuff I'm excited about, honestly.
This is just visual stuff for me. Doesn't excite me.
I know it's just visual, but it's so different to what we have style-wise in the game right now.
It's why are we there? What do we do there? Is it mine? All that.
Well, for me, I'm there for the murder.
Of course. Oh, there's those plants.
That's the space weed.
It's Halo girls.
Hey, it's Fallout, dude.
Oh shit, it's the props from that mission that Jerry made. All right, now it really sounds like Halo.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
That's big.
Big station. I don't know if this is Ruin Station or not.
I was about to ask, is that Ruin Station?
I don't know. Maybe.
The skyscape, sky box is great.
Ruin Station is the only station, that's right, so it has to
there
be.
We go. Okay.
Yeah.
It's so expansive, dude. I love this. I do like the graffiti. It's cool.
It was a JPEG last year. Well, now it's 3D and it's a video. How do you like them apples? Maybe next year it'll be in the game.
I think this might even be 30 FPS, dude.
Wow.
Where are the rain drips? They promised us rain drips. Do you remember that whole conversation about the condensation? That is amazing, dude. That scale.
Look at the exploded out part.
Yeah. It's a bit like Jericho Station, right?
Okay, what's the
It's that kind of
surprise?
style.
It's surprise time.
Style, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special
They
surprise.
said
in
5
store.
hours. It's only
Joining us
been
on the show today
4.
are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Hello, everyone.
This is Squadron.
How you doing?
This is Squadron stuff.
Doing good, Jared.
Tyler
Welcome the
moved to
spaceship.
Squadron.
Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today. And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyler.
Hello, how's it going?
Good. This is your first time on the spaceship.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice. Very
I'm really
comfortable.
happy. I'm just gonna ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we gonna talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU. And
When
we're
he
just doing it in
speaks,
sort of the test kitchen of
I'm
Squadron to allow us to really
defaulting to ignore
polish
at this
and
point.
make sure the
I don't know how
features
you guys
work
feel.
well
Yeah, I
without
do find that
having
comment
to
a
be
little bit
caught up in the sort of
frustrating.
quarterly
Yeah.
release cycle that you have on the PU, because we're
It just
finding
it feels
was-
like
it was
gameplay is
hard
so
for us to
stagnant
really
in the
finish
PU.
the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the
This is
next set
you.
of features that
I don't
we're
give a
doing.
shit what you
And
say.
for Squadron,
You need to
obviously, was,
prove it.
You know, it's shipping as a final polished.
Wave your hands all over the place.
title,
Say
so
everything you
everything
want to
needs be
say.
really
Do
put
something.
together, working
I'm
really
tired of
well,
listening to this shit.
and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that like in today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest to really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it. But hopefully it'll give you guys some insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources,
I'm glad they did this, though.
It's
important.
Are ultimately working on stuff
To not
that will
ignore it.
Be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago. Congratulations on 10 years, by the way. Rich, talk to me a little bit about this co-development. You started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them
And
out
now we're
into
not.
the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've been you know, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, you know, CIG set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole.
What feature is he talking about?
Experience that, you know, myself, Chris, we can play and
Squadron
enjoy
42.
and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel?
What feature is he
And
talking
also
about?
prove that out with the content that we want. So once we then
The
developed
feature
that and
Squadron
honed it
42
and,
do.
you know, almost cast it in that iron in the crucible.
That
kind of
hasn't
thing,
happened
we
yet.
can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or, you know, I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose to them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge.
He's talking about
purpose for them in the
trolleys?
PU right
Okay,
now.
I just missed it.
But we're making sure that any feature that we're
There's
working
more to
on
live
has that
streaming
purpose.
than you
So
guys
when
think.
it does go into the
No,
PU,
they're memeing you, dude.
into the game.
Okay, cool.
People
I don't
can
know.
use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, you know, because we
He's just
struggle a few times.
generalizing.
Say, for
Okay.
example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think they'll, you know.
But he's just saying,
fundamentally,
like,
it's
give
better
it to
for
the PU audience.
the
Like,
development of the
like
features, and it's
you could
better
just
for the
do.
gameplay
You could
experience
just
that
give
both
it to us.
players will experience in both products.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Is that
Then do it.
You know, it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content. And so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, you know, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just.
Do you know what I find really
that one
frustrating
feature,
about
there's all
this?
these
I'm
other
going to
things
use
that
the
go
speed
into it,
thing
and
as an
there's a
example,
whole
right?
process of publishing it and
The way that
splitting
they've
off the
developed the
streams,
new
and
speed
so there's a
mechanics
huge
is
amount
exactly
of
what I've been
effort and
calling
work
for
every
for
time you do one of
years,
these
right? Yet it
releases. It
took
sort of
them
eats into your
requiring
development time in terms
to
of doing
build it
the feature.
alongside
And
Squadron
so
42 for them to
pulling it
realize
out-
that was what was
out
needed.
of that sort of loop and
How?
saying, okay, we're going to work with
Why?
it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels.
Let's
good.
put it on
We like playing it. This is
1.72
fun.
times
This is
speed.
challenging.
It's live,
it
idiot.
It feels good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware of a lot of, say, usability issues, user experience issues that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that'll.
Yeah,
help with
I'm
that
ready
today,
for the
but
show.
Essentially, if you think of core gameplay
Yeah.
in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting.
is
with
the art
things,
of filibustering.
the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have. And so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these
You guys
systems
want
and
Chris
really
on camera. This is what you get.
making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side of the need for
It's all right.
speed,
He's
but
not going to mention
you
a
probably
date,
saw,
so we're fine.
in the different modes,
Yeah,
there needs to
okay.
be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFD.
Proof of life.
That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment
This
you
was
have,
my
you
most
maybe have to
positive
tackle some
CitizenCon
device, or
experience
maybe not.
to date,
And
until now.
We're building this system to work well.
Dude, there's
in all the
been
ships
no
using
tech issues that were
Squadron, and
CIG's
then
fault.
It will get rolled out to the PU, which is obviously much
That's
wider than the
incredible.
ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things. People have talked about the star map forever, or so that has definitely been a major. I mean, there's right now I think 3 engineers, a couple of visualists on it that we're really sort of working to make. The new star map, which people haven't had. It's been,
I zoned out about 10 minutes ago.
We're not quite ready to show you today, but that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal.
Wait, do you say they're showing us a star map?
The whole
No,
field
they're
are
not
all
showing
sort
us
of
the
really
star map.
focusing on here
They have 3 engineers working on
bring
it. It's a
across into the PU
big,
after
That was
big
one of the
undertaking.
things I was
We've got it
hoping
working
for.
really well
Yeah,
in
sadly.
Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited. So we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is 2.
Oh, come on.
common
We
themes
almost
that I think
went to
you
some
see
videos.
throughout the entirety of this
We
course
almost
as
got
well.
there.
One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. That everybody looks at individual features, has got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together.
Just
to create
2 more
the
years,
game.
guys.
So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number 2 is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's something that
That's good.
we're
Good.
fairly advanced.
Let's get to it.
along, and so
Those space
hopefully
worms.
we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that's
see
some
some of that.
of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
We already
seen that.
showed that at one location.
Yeah. So you guys ready to this enough preamble?
Yes, I think it's
Let's
enough
start with,
preamble.
Rich, you were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole Squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system.
Okay.
What can you tell us about how
I'll
this
sit
has
up for
evolved?
this.
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do, you in your bed? How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship, how do you interact with kiosks? And,
Zylo
and a
says
lot
there's
of the thing
no...
that we
Oh, fuck
realised
you,
is
Zylo.
that,
I'm just kidding.
You
There
didn't
is
make me a mod, I
want
can't
to
ban
get
him,
to,
dude.
is
Oh,
how
sorry.
does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things.
I'm not listening to
we
any
spent
of this.
a lot of time trying to make the world physical.
Oh shit, you're still
and
talking.
feel
I zoned out so much, dude.
I was looking at the background.
I was thinking about what I'm going to cook the kids for dinner, dude.
The whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the
The
PU, it's
same
one of
guy
those
watching
really
a React stream of
you
us
know, the
reacting
whole
to a
idea
stream
of
that he can
system
watch
streaming
with
and
nobody talking over it
on
is
server
telling us
meshing
to
is
be quiet
this
multiple
fully persistent
times.
universe that,
It's
yeah,
so
you
fucking
move
funny.
chairs around,
Sorry, dude.
that
You'll
stuff I
figure
can
it
take
out
off
what
the
to
desk
do
and
eventually.
my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and
Figure it
will
out.
be there and it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal.
Twitch.tv/Star Citizen.
Squadron, we
I'll
have
help
a
you out,
huge
okay?
amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use, and currently what we have, ideas were good, but
how are you going to pick a category?
We've been really focused.
How are you going to pick a category for Twitch, dude? Like
what if you
a genre? I mean,
gamepad. We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact.
His hands are moving more and more.
We've really been
He's getting excited.
And those are, by the way, have been large complaints on.
All right, we'll be a bit more quiet and let people hear the commentary. I apologize.
How do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? Right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think there's a lot of people. It's almost like, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. But we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while. Absolutely. And Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to
Mike, you were wondering where the hour was going to go, right?
Yep, this is where it's going.
I mean, part of it is basically removing the barrier. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you shouldn't have to look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. You should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things, press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something, and we have the user interface to tell you that yes, this.
Even
is
Jared is bored.
You don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit.
This is live,
cockpit, or
obviously.
You're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar and scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's built on realism and the reality of the world. So
the yellow moss in the caves is totally not painted, so you know where to interact, though.
Or quick scan waves, single button.
That's the plan, is to change that, I hope.
Environment, and everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, you know, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to.
This looks like he's
there's
going
a
to nod
terminal
off,
there that I
dude.
can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can
No,
go,
Chris
okay, what are the
intently
ingredients that I have to
watches
play
you
with
when
as a
you
player
speak. It's
to
very
be able to
uncomfortable,
progress to
actually.
the next area. And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar scanning, which is what we're calling like a charge scan wave, where it's the same system. You're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, you know, individuals. You're getting, okay, there's 2 guys over there. What's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there. Okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And
so he's
that's
talking
a bit
about
more
the
because that's
they're
so- that's
completely
more gameplay
changing the
pervasive.
interaction system.
That's
If you guys
something
have
that's gonna be more of a
been
risk
lost
reward.
and
So
are
that's like,
trying to come
I'm
back to
giving
Earth,
my location away, but they're also, so they may or
But
may not.
it's-
know
and
that
it's
they've
related
been
to
scanned.
FPS
If it's a
scanning.
player, they absolutely will be.
I
And
just,
that's
I
all
don't,
underpinned
I know
off the
it might
system
seem
that we're doing
disrespectful
for radar scanning
to
and shit.
act the way that we're
As an
acting,
FPS,
but
it's all
this is all
systemic.
stuff
It's
that
not-
they've
we have to
talked
go in and
about
go,
before.
oh, it's this custom setup.
this is kind of
So we
new.
have
I
this
feel
kind
like
of usability
I dunno.
aspect for radar and scanning.
little
for
bit.
people to be able to go in and understand.
Pretty sure
You know,
they
I think
talked about this in
there's
like
been plenty
2015,
of Reddit posts over
2016.
the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanner would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that
But this
aspect
is
of
something
it,
you
so
could show
which
in
kind of
30
ties in
seconds.
with the player interaction experience.
And be like,
Well,
oh,
that's my issue, right?
Yeah.
Like they mentioned
the other
that,
side of things,
you know,
which is then
they're
it's more
working
of
on
a
this stuff. So
proactive tool
just
of you
please show us some
looking through the
examples.
environment and
You know,
finding what you want.
my issue is they've spent years talking and not showing-
We have 2 videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. But this is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data
Okay,
pad,
that's
and then
cool.
you can move
Yeah.
around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic,
very cyberpunky, actually.
high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on
Everything
contextually what the
interactable shows up. There's a Moby
what you're
glass
seeing
there
here is part
that
of the
highlighted.
interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with. But you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad.
They didn't
And
need to
you're not
preface
having to go
this.
into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor.
No, they could have just shown
You can
us.
go in and
Yeah.
just press F or interact with it. And
I
you've
love
probably
it.
seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to.
Yeah,
make
it's
sure
it's
that
very
system's
similar to
really robust.
Cyberpunk.
But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab or I think there's a few other ones that you can use your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken.
I forget what it's called, but
disk in
that
4
looks like
pieces,
it's
which would
using the new
basically say
UI
that's a
tech.
multi-action. So as you look at it, if,
Okay.
for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in like, Rich. was
I'm not talking
a
about building
lot of
blocks, guys. It is building
sort of
block
AAA
cards. Thank you. Yeah, they're using the new
console
card
games. You
UI
look
tech.
around, oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want. But the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to.
I love what I saw.
Something totally different to it.
Really
because,
nice.
People are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD.
In general, I'm just looking forward to the new UI
we're
card
leaning
tech.
a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to and we're changing, in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action.
We have that now.
But let's say you're harvesting harvestables and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack.
Ah, you could change it.
Oh, you'd be able to change it. That's nice, dude.
right-click
That's
on
something that I've
item,
wanted for ages.
when you're in
Beautiful.
interaction, bring up the wheel, or like Chris
Nice.
says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now.
Nice.
And you'll
We
actually
need
be
to
able
get rid of
move
that list.
in the
Immersion
game.
breaking.
Yeah.
Like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand. I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what
Very
we're doing
cool.
right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be store, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to interact with the environment and the objects that they're
Love
looking
it. Nice.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure.
Play it when we
Yeah,
talk
play
about
it.
Let's
So,
go
I
into
mean,
playing
the
it,
second
Jared.
one,
Don't give him
essentially,
the
what we'd like to
option.
see
Holy fuck.
Is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area, but you're also now getting information about the enemies and the AI and what's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of
Younger, we're loving
the
it, man.
wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around the corner,
Jared.
you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful.
Yeah,
having played
it
lots
is.
of levels. of it.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain.
What
amount
they're
of
trying to show,
realism,
guys,
so
is if
you're
they
not
put
just
this in the
gonna
PU
go and
in a
gun down
patch,
400
it
people.
wouldn't
So we
be
want you,
this
when you're
polished.
in situations
That's
you're
the narrative here. That's what they're
outnumbered and
trying
you
to
have
show.
you know,
Is that by
it's more of a
delivering it in
stealth
Squadron,
game
it's
in the FPS than it is a straight
Yeah, I guess
down
they don't have to
meteor.
try and release in a quarter, right?
exactly. It's done when it's done, and that's it.
As you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stuff. Games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
Nope. Our turn to go away.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see
Again,
the
like
slavers
Cyberpunk.
that are in this environment. Now these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket. So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're
Very
only getting,
reactive
it's a
AI,
big
I see
risk.
still.
If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar scanning and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a more wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wide escape, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave, so you're not just going to be able to spam it there forever. It's like you get a temporary picture, and you go, cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm going to make my move and go forward.
So while we're still here on the first-person experience, the player experience, let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff.
Jared's mic is in the jacket.
Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of Squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion.
I honestly
how that
feel like
feels.
traversal is
And then
in Star
terms of,
Citizen is
the
the worst
traversing
in
moves, so
any video
vaulting,
game ever.
mantling,
Yeah,
ladders,
I'd agree with
and so on
that.
and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds it's, to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in. You can't get off halfway.
I hope they have a video for this.
You're kind of very locked. So what we've done?
Jump on halfway.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that even though
Somebody
you're
said ladders are fine.
Around,
You are
can
not
attached to the ladder. You can jump onto a ladder directly. You can You can run and jump onto a ladder. You can look around full 360 degrees. You can look around 90 degrees as you're going up. And it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So it's...
Yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron, we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in. Which will make its way into the PU when
you know what I see this as?
Systems settle, and
game developers pretty excited about the work that they worked on, but it doesn't necessarily translate as a really monumental moment to share with the community.
But imagine
that's the vibe I'm getting.
Of that, which is kind of what's in Squadron.
For me,
even that in the derelict
improved traversal means a lot.
Yeah,
because it has felt so bad for so long. Like just going in the prison mines is a great example.
Yeah, of course. It's both. But the conversation right now seems like two guys that are proud of the work that they worked on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? To try to not make it too negative. It's definitely the vibe I'm getting.
Deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way.
I just kind of wish that they'd opened with the video content.
Do you
just talk over the video like you did and move on.
Take it on head on and start shooting, or there's a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, we've got a video to show, but we're still, some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is
the
block out, but we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point.
Nino.
The Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to.
Yeah,
really
that sounds a bit like Ubisoft traversal, which, in my opinion, as bland as the Ubisoft games are, the traversal is incredible.
If you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the blockout animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously this, as you can see, this is final art.
It's a lot better than what we have.
This is taken directly from Squadron.
Already.
No, it's obviously test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, you know, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then.
Someone in
feed
chat
into
said
the
Mirror's
PU.
Citizen.
So we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want to play.
This is not Mirror's Edge.
We don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump onto halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around.
That was impressive.
To the left,
This is
right,
cool.
You can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
That is significantly improved.
At the end.
Yeah, so
we're gonna find an elevator.
Oof.
the true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out animations.
Where's that?
That's what they showed as concept art earlier. I'm
accidentally
pretty
put that
sure.
in
Yeah, and that's the
Anyway.
bulkhead.
But the other thing as
Back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say about the traversal is while we're highlighting ladders and
that's Shubin,
the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, you know, we've taken a deep dive on things like the control input. So for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, you know, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button.
Nino,
now,
who works
what happens now
on the
if you release
derelicts
it,
in Montreal,
stop
goes,
shooting.
I'd like to buy that traversal package
Sometimes
right
you want
now.
It, you want it to continue because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, you know, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad or you are using a joystick or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really pushing forward to make
you know,
better.
in all aspects, right? Because, you know, prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? You know, the crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it.
Yeah.
And to make everything a lot more fluid, you know, looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, you know, like on a bigger level, right, we've done a complete rework on like, you know, EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's, you know, physical interaction. I mean,
a video on
we should probably
EVA
talk
now?
A little bit about
Maybe
that. We have a video to show of that.
We
but
do.
It's a complete redo of the current EVA system.
Good, because EVA
and
version 1
it
is terrible.
has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself off. You don't, for instance, you have momentum now. So if you push off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy.
Yeah.
Handling weapons and looking around, and some of the tech.
Why was he using a gamepad when he said the use of it was more easy?
The same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff, and really the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some of.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are. And when Chris says push pull, he means 0G push pull, not trolley push pull.
But we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of you know, if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves, and then you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2,
it's an interesting
which again,
take.
You'll be able to see a clip of it working. It's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how
we got
work
half
in
of the
EVA.
reaway a while
First off,
ago.
you're not upright.
They didn't throw
You're
that away,
more
right?
What we call the Iron Man pose, so you're
Probably.
leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward. So you're not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, as you get a good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and you push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. And, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off in ships and that you can take those down. And
it's definitely, I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
Absolutely.
even, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, 10 years now, I suppose, that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA-T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot
Fired
of
after
fun
CitCon. Yeah, I don't
flying
think so.
around in EVA.
And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you
I
to
want
sort of
different
propel around.
undersuits.
If you don't have one,
Yeah.
then it's the physical push-pull.
It's the
So
choice they
you
want in
can
the
move
game, which
along
is good.
surfaces, you can push off against them. You
I've been
come
asking
close
this
to
for
something, you
so
can grab
long.
it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest, and that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space in your spacesuit with EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now.
Jared, take the jacket off.
But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's.
I wonder where the
antisocial.
G's
Maybe
that
they
you're
don't let you go
pulling
in there. So we want people to
are
have
like you could pull
reasons
more
to
G's in a flight suit than
wear different things.
Yeah, in a racing flight
storage.
suit,
That's the
right?
whole
Like
point.
this
It's
is.
physical,
It's the same thing with
inventory
like
system,
helmets.
and
I want to
as we're
see
starting
bounty hunter
roll out, more
helmets
of it's
that have
coming
like
in in
thermal
Squadron,
vision and stuff
in
like that.
the PU, that's definitely coming online.
There needs to be
and,
differentiation
things that we're
between the
doing like
armors
that
and
with
undersuits.
the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU.
I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. This is
almost like a wardrobe
brutal.
system that you can go.
I'm going to be honest, I'm struggling to stay awake, and I don't mean it as any disrespect to them.
No.
I am just struggling to stay awake.
Yeah, I'm on low sleep, and a lot of talking is tough to focus
your
on.
virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should
Please re-engage
probably
my
run the
brain.
video so we can
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's
Thank you, Jared.
Oh, Jared,
Yes,
what a fucking
lad.
Chad.
And as Chris said,
What a Chad, holy shit.
The EVA, this is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some
They
of
look like Superman,
the
man.
thrusters are not firing because
it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper. This is a current PU suit versus what we'll have as a new one with the proper like pack that has the thrusters.
Oh, this reminds me of GoldenEye, dude.
When you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here not because
Third
we're
person.
thrusting, because we're using our hands
exactly
to move ourselves around, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to
The camera is
third person
better.
here, you
Yeah,
would
I
sort
see
of
what he means now.
Us moving
Yeah.
our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on.
Here we go.
Here we go. So
Oh, that's
we're
such a
just
creepy
sort of pulling
crawl. I
ourselves
love it.
along.
Yeah.
And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against
Am I watching
it,
The
and then
Ring?
we would just go floating out into space.
Yeah, dude.
That's the sort of idea of what we call push.
This
push
is The
pull.
Ring. Is she coming out of the
So what you're
TV?
seeing here-
Yeah, he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually
Oh, that's
kind
sick.
of, you're just floating alongside the
Yeah,
actual,
that's really cool,
this
dude.
fin of
Do you
this
remember grabby
Atmo
hands?
station. And this
Yeah.
is actually keeping
I
you in
prefer
this
this.
orbit. And then
Yeah.
if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small scale.
So yeah, here's. I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but
That
here's
is
us
a
cutting out the third person to actually show
very-
you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of. I mean, and these are still block out
Very cool
animation
part of the
sections,
demo.
but- so there'll be a lot more like nuances.
I think this might be one of the
fidelity
best
to it, but
bits.
Yeah, you have a
Should've
lot
just
more
fucking went to it.
control.
It's ridiculous, man.
You know, directional sense. Ability to look around, ability to stop.
Like, what
yourself.
has now? He's going
So I think,
straight
you know, in
at the
this one,
pole.
We're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, like, if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to.
Is that a loot
as
box?
we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see.
Where?
As,
Oh, I don't think it's a loot
character
box. Sorry, I
comes
got
down.
really
Yeah,
excited. I
comes
thought we
down.
were going to
Yeah.
see some.
Put our hands
Vandal
out, brace
mask.
ourselves to stop
Yep.
ourselves on the glass here.
gold
so all
one.
of that's like systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing of things. You brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing. You can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, you know, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron.
That's really
One of
impressive.
them, obviously, the acid aerospace.
The
Going to look
rolling.
down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan, but you know, the use of this in the the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over
Thank God.
anything that's in EVA,
Star Citizen still marks
has a
up
surface,
like everything.
You can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no
Bingo
no,
card,
like,
systemic.
Oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario.
If you're watching
it is
Detox's
what
stream,
see
you probably
here.
hit bingo.
And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there.
Very
cool, I want to go
impressive.
through this door. And it works in tight environments, wide scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version.
The
which is
current
just-
version is so bad.
No, I mean it's massive for the game.
It was
so
actually a
I'm-
massive
I
step
think there'll be
down
a
from
lot
what we
more
had.
sort of
Actually,
EVA,
yeah.
external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better. It's much more stable. I think we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things, and EVA. I think we all love science fiction, obviously. We're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Yeah, because we
great
did
for
2 or
the
3
PU.
iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have it upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it. And it's like, oh, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go.
Yeah, it
and
looks
you're like,
good.
oh, this feels really nice. And you just end up flying
Yeah.
around the level and connecting things. And so, yeah, this unlocks content.
This
for-
unlocks Satterball,
Absolutely.
right,
I mean,
BB?
I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah, it looks just like Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great, and I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really
No,
cool.
there's
Yeah.
I mean, there's
I have
other-
to agree
there's
with that
some smaller
sentiment.
Things, like we have one other thing here. We have a video for which is, it's not as big as a system as like say the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like it
really
a lot.
like
I
it.
saw the Reddit thread saying, "Why doesn't someone do a hover
We know
trolley?"
you like
Well,
trolleys.
actually, that was something we've been working on.
Trust
for
me,
quite a
we
while.
know.
But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing
In a
that's
few minutes, just
really
show
good
it
about
now.
this, because obviously the physical trolleys,
It's a fucking
the wheels
trolley.
get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that
Dude, shut
it
the fuck
sort of
up.
opens up the potential.
It's really important.
And this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here. But for the PU, it's actually much more interesting because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our like bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav-lev system where you stuck in this thing and the grav-lev it would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container. I could push it
They
into
must have
my
talked
ship,
about that. That's a
then
very
I could
big
fly
deal.
off to some remote planet.
Yeah, this
and
I
put it
actually really
next
looking forward to.
Where I'm camping
This
out,
is
or longer term, where you
looting
say
a
maybe
ship,
player base or
salvaging
some group
ships,
of players with persistent
all
decide to
relevant
take
to
over a
that.
derelict or something, and I can basically
Selling other
load up a
players'
bunch of
ship items.
supplies in a container, like bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever, and put it in there just by doing this. I think the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good, because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that. Because longer term, with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of
Yeah, we
living,
need Giga
right?
Chat
Like,
Jared.
How do I have my
Yep.
food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? If two orgs are fighting,
He's gonna mention the
over
coffee
a
cup
patch
in
of
a second,
land,
dude.
Someone's got to show up with extra, ammo and missiles and all that kind of stuff, or weapon replacement, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. Okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it
I'm
in
so zoned out right now, dude.
your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU. But in the PU, they just have a lot more potential. Like the
Look at Jared's mouth is open. He's trying to get. He was trying to insert himself in, and he couldn't get in. He almost did it.
Server purpose that is more traditional games, which is
Oh,
I can
fuck,
move
dude.
things and that allows me to create
Jared, man of the people.
I
Jesus,
can
dude.
move a box over here now. I can get out higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment,
Dude, I have to go make myself another beer in a
so
second.
I've seen people flying as missiles out of ships, but
This
they're
was
not
the
really
best part of
utilised for what we want them to
CitizenCon.
use. And then
This
you've
was
got
the surprise.
the other side of trolleys, which is we want them to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps. The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a
I
physical
love
trolley,
pushing
which
the
is taken
bed
into
trolleys
account.
downstairs.
Hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know.
Thank you, Jared.
We've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys are almost
Oh my god! What a
So you can see
fucking
here,
boss!
This is actually a slaver pod. So
It closes down. It's on the floor. We're going to activate
A
it.
slaver pod?
Levitate
Oh,
it down,
dude.
grab
Oh,
lever.
dude, this is sick.
Oh, Noodle, I'm putting you in one of those.
By the way, our new
Oh,
new
daddy.
instruction system's
Yes.
not working.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike, sorry.
Separate build. But we're, as you can see, it's getting pushed.
Dude, this is
over
awesome.
Bulkheads.
Are we seeing docking to a Drake Cutlass Black as well?
But this is
possibly?
essentially a really
That's what it
big
looks like.
improvement for us, because
yeah.
we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU. That you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it
Dude,
up.
you could
not
fill it
just
with
buy it from a
explosives.
kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives
Yeah.
us the ability to do that, and like Chris says,
I can also
move
fill it
much
with all the
larger
Vandal masks I'll be
things
getting
than
during
what
the
you'd
event
normally
this
be able to
week.
push as a
It's
human
gonna be
being.
exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but obviously you'd be pushing, as long as it's grav lev equipped and has
Just
the
a
sort of
slaver
hover
pod.
device, then like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all
Notice how
underpinned
they're not
by our
using a
grav
cutlass
lev
steel.
technology, so the same.
Oh, okay, it's not
as a
docked.
Dragonfly, or eventually you'll be
It's in a
hopefully be
hangar.
able to move much
fling it in.
larger ships.
Yep.
You need to rearrange them, or when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable.
Stairs in Star
And what we
Citizen,
want to do
everybody.
for
Yeah, a little jank,
cargo
but
loading is that we'll
that's
use
okay.
a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on
They'll
top
fix
of
it.
it. So
Yeah.
if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to
Let's see
snap
this.
cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off.
Yeah, that's easier than the friggin' trolleys we have now.
Without frustration.
That's
And again,
great.
you can see some of our design ethos coming through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry. We're trying to remove the control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game.
Oh, dude, Mandalorian,
Kind of
man.
Make that a lot
Yeah.
simpler.
I'm ready.
I see this and all I can think about is Spock and the photon
Beautiful.
torpedo tube.
That's true.
Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move
God.
up into
There's more.
spaceships.
Yep.
Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
We just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42 and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened.
That was somebody who drank too much
and
booze.
lots of things
dude.
come together, but they don't necessarily feel
That was
right.
Aaron Roberts
Because
hitting the
they've not
floor.
been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases.
After sharing
so
all
Squadron development,
when
what's allowed
Squadron's
us to do
coming
is allowed
out.
us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and I need to know my ammo and master modes is a good way of going down that road is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, If you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an alternative?
Well, this is what actual
maybe not
aircraft
if you're
do
in
IRL.
space.
So,
Maybe you're
like
so when you
in
go
an
down
F-16
to
or an
atmosphere,
F-18,
your
it only
MFDs, if
has
you're
the
an
HUD
SCM,
that
what
you
do really
need
care
for the
about? What do you
mode
care
that you're
about?
in.
Your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that we're the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems and basically
Let's see it.
display where we're first of all we have to.
We're doing a redo of the HUD. All right, here we go. Let's show it. Come on, Jared. It's Jared time.
And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. We want to be more contextual. So
you can do it,
doing
Jared.
this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting and whether you can, whether you want to.
We're literally on our
cast up,
phones.
say your target
BN noodle.
or your ship status to your visor. Now that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora,
What was the Drake ship
calm
we saw the other
down,
day
Chris.
When we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there, we're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis. And you can set up okay, I want this display to be this or this display to this. I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built about building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one-system, clean approach.
Okay.
So we're pretty excited about that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort
I'm
of
just
early,
upset you shit-talked the Aurora, dude.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all.
The Aurora's one of the
ready to
best
show, but it's gonna
implementations of
I think, a
MFDs.
pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around. Besides the different modes of combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff, it's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better. And
it's huge in combat.
It's going to be big, yeah.
It's huge in combat because in combat right now you're either we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what the
dude. If they just didn't do this,
talked about in their talk,
this would have been amazing.
You don't want to have
the
a
CitizenCon.
clutter
Holy
on there.
shit!
You want to have that spatial awareness of okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of again a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant, and also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now.
I wish. I tell you what I wish.
Squadron level.
I wish this had been scripted, like how they had particular panels for things like traversal in the past. Obviously, traversal doesn't need like an hour-long panel, but it could have still been scripted, right? Yeah. And they could have just cut from topic to topic.
Some players can deal with it, but it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit. Because you have a radar in the cockpit. Fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. There's 20 guys coming over there, We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it.
I have very mixed feelings about this.
And what we want to do is...
yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Because the MFD placement on some ships is really poor.
And some it's really good.
There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those.
But most it's not.
Okay. Now,
I'd say.
I mean,
most.
this is combat mode. Okay, they're cast, so I can see that
You literally need head tracking to see them.
That should be that should be what
effectively in combat.
That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. Get that information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself. Yeah. And I think when you fight combat experiences where you're fighting 15,
it's interesting
20 ships, it's just a lot. It's a lot more fun because you're not having to deal with all the extra noise. You can just focus on being the best pilot you can be. I think it's really important.
And I would say that definitely, you know, with the
sounds like we're marking stuff, yeah.
To the radar, which is really radar / star map. So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav map, your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your Mobi-Glass version, and we're still using the Mobi-Glass version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago.
Jared time.
When I mentioned at the top of talk.
Jared time.
You know, the star
Please
map.
save us, Jared.
Xylo, Jared, somebody save us.
Because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level, or zoom all the way out to the star map, and we've put a huge amount of work.
The big surprise is Jared slapping Chris live.
Fluid, much
Somebody
more
said in
usable,
chat.
much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar, and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them, and then that will now select it as your target, and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as...
Okay, like we've said the same thing, I think about 6 times now.
Physical buttons, like when you activate something, you know, we've just, that's in process right now.
I feel so sorry for Nooberfire. A few people mentioned him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Click, you know,
he's going to lose his mind.
Gear, or
yeah.
Here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presenting to you well, and you can you know, have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we talked about, because
to the conversation, Jared.
MFDs are more usable places than others.
Well, it doesn't sound like there was a video for this.
As well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is it's a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20.
Somebody said, yeah, the view count dropped on their channel. Really, I wonder how low.
Yeah. Somebody said 7K.
Yeah, I believe it.
The premise
since
that
they
we
started
want
talking.
is, you know, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning.
Oh, I think I can see it if I just
you know, we
scroll
have this
over.
smaller radar and scanning on the FPS.
25K
we have the
right
smaller
now.
one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. And it's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous.
Oh, somebody else is
That's
saying
kind of
2K,
giving you information
not
about
7.
who you're
There we go.
fighting, or you know, your local environment.
The
And when I say
videos
small,
kept
I'm talking,
you,
say,
are keeping me
sub-100
engaged.
kilometers. You know,
Yeah,
that's
when they
that's
do
around
happen.
this area.
This
But
is
then
what I'm
we've got
saying.
the
Like, this is
charge
why it should be
scan wave,
scripted. Because
and
if it was
that's really
scripted, I
giving
think it would
information
keep
about
people
things that are
engaged
10,
more.
15,
Yeah,
20,000
Chris,
kilometers away.
and like
then
they put
that's
the
where-
two
where
most talkative
Q-Boost
people.
comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting
They
to
both
these
need to be
locations.
scripted.
You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1,000,000 kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay,
Well,
I am
this
there.
explains a lot why it's
I
taken
wanna
10 years to
boost
get to
around
this
the
point.
environment, but
Somebody
I want to
just
have
said
things spread
that.
around
Yep.
so that
Yeah.
we're not just cramped in, because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment, and the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that, we want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this
Nino
ability
says I'm
to
still in a meeting that
detect
started on
things that are
Tuesday.
much further away,
This is the
all
meeting.
of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to
Yeah.
investigate them. And so, I mean, I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that, you know, we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your, you know, patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, you know, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, you know, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, you know, really if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, you know, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a, you know, a derelict. Or
Yeah,
there's
this
a
is us
cluster of
working
asteroids
on
and I'm
Eco
gonna
Plus
fly
Season
around to
7.
see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, you know, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on
It's the
a
video.
planet and going,
The
"There's a
video is
mountain over
10,000
there, I can see
kilometers
it.
away.
I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to
It's the
drive
video.
over there, I'll walk over to
Please
that
show
mountain."
us.
And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out and yeah, you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, "Ooh, there's
There's a
something
point of
there.
interest, I
I'll
wanna
get,
go."
there's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But you know, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole quantum, the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 1/10 the speed of the full quantum travel.
Okay.
Sort of, you know, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly.
At least
and, you know,
they're
also
moving on.
appreciate the environment you're going through.
Yeah.
And, you know, get over there. Oh, I go up to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool.
What about the coffee cup?
That opens up a whole bunch of gameplay.
True.
I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So for instance, you could
Which
be
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
We've
So
never had.
So you could be in, you know, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see what. I come up. Oh, look, it's a.
I mean, this I am excited for.
derelict,
As
or
much as we're
there's a-
memeing
Of course,
on them,
of course.
like I am
Super
super
rocks
excited,
over
but
here,
I want to
go over
see
here, and-
something.
And
right?
really,
Yeah,
even in the PU, be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of
Jared, Jared,
generate some points
Jared.
of interest when you start to scan. You can go and visit. So I think, you know, the whole idea of sort of these three
That's gonna be a
these three
gift.
sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of, you know, regular, you know, non-quantum one, where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and, you know, works for, you know, combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to, you know, fast run over to a place. And then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long, okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open.
You know
up
what?
a
You know
huge
what's
amount
funny
in
is
the
I would have
PU.
been in quantum for
And
less
it definitely-
time
it
than
makes a
you've
big
been
difference to the
speaking
gameplay.
about
I mean,
the thing that
makes
you would like to show
the
us in a moment here.
Exploring it in Squadron in space feel much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now, is when you're in space, it's sort of like, you know, most of it is
It's
big and
point to
empty.
point.
It's empty for you,
Yeah.
right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or, you know, some asteroids here around the planet, but we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, oh, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel, and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this for folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the
We've
flight
had a clip
experience
this whole
segment earlier,
time.
or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the Quantum Boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
That HUD looks
So just to call out,
better.
That's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah,
that is the old HUD. That's too.
Oh, that's the old HUD.
next old
Okay.
HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing
We
old
never got this
So
HUD.
we've done a scan here. That's also the
So
old
this is the
points
new
of
HUD,
interest, 'cause the
but
point of
it's
interest will be just
stylized with one of
points.
the
But basically, we've done a
manufacturer's
scan and
branding.
We've got some
Right.
points of interest that are multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. Again, you can just boost over there.
Because I remember them
It
showing
has
us this
interactive
HUD like
gameplay, which obviously
year and
went
a half,
into,
2 years ago.
Oh, it's gameplay. You have to manage to stay going at the direction you're trying to.
Quantum boost.
That's engaging. I like
Yes.
that.
You're going to have to stay in the zone.
Yeah, that's good.
You have to stay in the zone for it to work.
Out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level
An asteroid base.
traversal and investigate things.
There's an asteroid base
without
there.
having to spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify,
Gromhawks.
if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the
Grimhawks'
old
little
UI,
brother.
which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic
Like you
versions
said,
that Zane
new-
did.
yeah.
This was
Yeah.
the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change.
Fair
So
enough.
it's, a lot of programmer are.
I like the change as well.
You even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they've just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much
Like
cleaner
video
and
played,
easier to go.
I'm
And
engaged
I don't know
again.
if it was too
I don't know how
different
long I'm
on the
gonna
video we were
last
seeing, but
now.
On the video we say we were originally in SCM mode,
Yep.
standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just there's a spool
Dude,
up. as
why
you
does
go into
Jared have
quantum
3
mode, your shield's
butt
powered
plugs
down.
on his desk?
So you there is some risk when you're in
Yeah, true. What is
fast
that?
traversal mode.
I'm pretty
and the
sure those are
quantum
3
drive
butt
powers
plugs.
up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah, and so for people that want to go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to. I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your
basically is
horse.
what quantum boost is.
Second start of the right and straight on till morning. So we've been talking about these flight experience stuff,
What's
the ship
next?
related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. We talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today's stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini-map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini-map?
So radar,
No. What can you show us?
Essentially, it encapsulates.
No.
It encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the minimap.
Okay.
So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your Mobi Glass. So you'll be able to then load up the minimap and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen. They're like, where do I go? So
yes, the cities are awful.
You know, it'd be nice for us to be able to go. Here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool.
Anybody who doesn't think this is a massive deal has not played this game.
And it gives you a map at your fingertips. But then when you're out,
one of my IRL best friends refuses to play Star Citizen until it has a new map.
You'll be mapping that environment.
The map
as
drove
you
him
go.
away from the
game. Or
game.
you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, you know, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, you know, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini map here, and this allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, you know, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to this certain place. Because everybody, you know,
Hi, Cutlet.
Tomorrow, you know, come around to my house or go here. Just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You know, you need that. You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And you know, so we've long wanted this. I mean, it's very critical for Squadron.
I think
but
Cutlet's
it's
coming back for
also,
318.
Yeah, I think important.
I
for
hope
PU.
so.
And you know, the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and you know.
Yep, we already heard this. Very cool. We already heard it. Next.
You get the map.
Show the video.
And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like you know, we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of. We've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, you know, it's a minor location in terms of...
Maybe Mike could play Matterlord's picture-in-picture.
I was just going to say, I look forward to them telling us about radar in a second.
Grey boxes. But, you know, that would be an example is you don't know the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini-map. So what we have is we have some footage here, which is showing how the
CR pushed the footage?
Unprompted.
Sort of isometric render in the engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini-map. But you'll have a more sort of, you know, reduced version with you in the middle.
Never mind. It's still going.
But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor. But it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't.
Okay, this is cool.
So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already.
Pretty much spot on with what they showed us in concept a couple of years ago.
So this is
true.
This is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its
God, that
interior
ship is
to
massive.
create the mini-map without any special. This, you know, this doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, you know, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships.
Yeah.
Because the environment's already, you know, already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that, you know, when it's the feature and is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of traditional game development, you have to make a custom minimap.
Yep.
So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom
I love the big ball.
environment minimap. So, you know, if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU,
and absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, you know, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this mini-map is not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it the mini-map, this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state.
Okay.
Can I hack it? You know, if it's a person, what's their active status? Are they injured? So if you're coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too.
Hello?
Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury.
They've been talking
I'm
for
gonna
so
go and
long,
help
the
him before he
battery
bleeds
packs
out,
for their
because I can
microphones
see
are
it's
running
on.
out, I think.
Yeah,
You'll be able
I
to
think
see that
I think
via
you're
this
right.
information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders, but then
Absolutely.
using like the relay networking where those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from.
Well, this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah,
So
so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today.
Oh my
We
God,
moved up
a
into
few
space
more?
and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the mini-map and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have.
What does
we
it matter?
basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit. It's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU.
We have another guest
really
here. I can't bring him on camera though.
The focus,
and it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's.
But Cutlet is in voice now,
and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it because you're playing, and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the Squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity, and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens.
Why does any of this matter if the servers don't work? To us.
Or creatures.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But
we may see creatures, it sounds
tied
like.
up in some other problems that come with multiplayer.
Well, yeah, don't forget that pets are going to be a thing. Player pets. It was a stretch goal, remember?
Yeah. Having fun,
Space
feeling
kitties?
challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU.
I forgot what happened at CitizenCon at this point.
It's going to trigger in the PU. I think it'll be.
What happened 5 hours ago?
And
the speed thing.
I won't argue. It's been like a long, hard slog.
I missed it, by
on
the
the
way.
AI side.
Well done, dude.
It's partly
It was pretty
because
good.
we wanted to become really
I
systemic. and
would
we have
say this has been one of the
a
better
massive,
ones for
especially
sure.
in the PU, a massive
Until this
world
moment,
that can
this
have
was
all
the
these different situations. So it's not
one, probably
like if
the
you're
best
doing a
CitizenCon.
standard
Oh yeah, the
FPS
STD buggy.
game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts
was
of
good.
it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in. There's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this 100%. Year because both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was
what's a little hair on my
challenging to say the least.
Yes,
probably my cat,
and challenging in a good way. In like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out.
No.
And Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm going to finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was it was getting.
I just
Elden
can't
Ring from software.
get behind this
I want to
conversation.
And it wasn't just that you were getting.
It's so hard to as a PU exclusive player, right?
Supernatural.
Well, it's not even that. Even as somebody, for me, like I'm very excited for Squadron 42.
No, I am, but we only have the PU, is what I'm saying.
Behaviors
but
and systems
like,
that we've been working
it's
on
hard to get
in terms
excited when
of,
people
realistic perception, like they can
talking about having fun
hear a
in
sound
something that
around
you've
the
been
corner,
waiting
but
like
if you
10
were
years for,
3,
right? Like
4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you.
Just
if you dropped
have
something.
faith, guys.
And see where you were, and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you, whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and
there's
on the
like
AI
different
side, I'm actually feeling like
attributes to the AI. Like some of them will be really aggressive, some of them won't be. Jared,
will ultimately be coming to the PU. And
he's raising a finger.
Yeah.
But I don't know if
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that. So
because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So
I'm kind of glad
how do we want to change it, and how do we
he
want
said
to
this though.
So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they how they navigate and pathfind around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and the bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, like AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back and cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to get, siege you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose.
Behaviors.
Combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you, so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders, or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers. And we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then
that'd be a great idea. Let's watch the video.
That sits on top of
I
it, and that's where
agree.
designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender.
We do have a
to be,
video. Interesting.
To always defend. He can never re-roll as another.
Show the video.
You're so negative, guys.
I want him to be.
Dude, you haven't been
here for 5 hours
the whole time, bro.
I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun
I've been
experience?
watching since they
Then
showed
you
her.
can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat.
That's a while, but
so
not long enough.
In a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in, bringing air.
The issue that I have here is that
say, okay,
they
we
keep
can
repeating
weight the
themselves.
behaviors. So you're not getting the same thing
this is-
every time.
Yeah.
But you can go, okay, you get these guys who push. They're
you
quite
can listen
aggressive
to
because
Chris
that's their
endlessly
function,
in your
whether
life.
it's
It's fine.
Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive. They're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply.
Someone just
behavior.
goes,
So now we've got
this is why
multiple different
publishers
things.
are
And then you
needed.
add
It's
different,
so true,
weapons and
bro.
we've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges. And all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen, a game that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron, we want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And
I'd
when
rather
we looked
watch
at the AI
another
combat
server
behavior, that's
shard
something we
presentation
identified.
at
But
this
then we also
point.
looked at perception.
Wow.
And basically tweaked that and redid that in a way that allows us that,
Again, I
you
don't
come
want to
around the
seem
corner, it's not
disrespectful,
just
but
instant
this is
headshot.
all
'Cause,
stuff
to be
that they
honest,
have
AI,
said
it's very
many
easy to
times
make
in the
AI
past, and I
very
want
amazing
to see
because
it.
they're just computer.
You
They know
know.
where you are.
It's just
They
this
know exactly,
format
they don't have
doesn't.
to mouse aim. It's just
It is the
instant
direct
headshot. It's very easy
opposite
to make them
of the format
too
that they have
hard.
taken
What
the
it's
entire
not
time up
human.
to this
No,
point.
exactly. What we
Highly
want to
edited,
do is we want
quick,
to make it
video,
challenging,
clear,
but
concise.
fair.
Explanations,
And that is,
boom,
when
on to the next
Chris
one.
was talking
What
about
was your
playing through Asiago,
favorite thing for the 10 years?
even
Next
though it was
video.
very
You know?
challenging,
Yeah,
and it's just like
when we
totally
died, it was
broke the
because,
whole thing.
we made a
I
mistake.
I
It was
get
like,
I get
okay,
that they
I
wanted
didn't
to have a
check my
live
left
segment.
when
I
I
get
came
that they
out
wanted
here,
to
and I'm
have
like,
Chris
I got
on,
taken
but
out.
I think, like I
And we've
said
also
before,
looked
I
at
think if
accuracy.
they had
So we've looked at accuracy as
scripted it
that,
and
you know,
tried
even a
to
hu-
keep
you
it
know, even
clear
a
and
soldier,
concise, it would have worked a
they
lot
don't
better.
immediately have
Yeah.
a bead on a target and they pull the
If
trigger.
this was
They
just
take
like
a
those
time to
videos,
adjust to it. So, as soon
this
as
would
you
have
pop
been
out of cover, they're like, oh,
the
someone's there.
best
It's not
CitizenCon
instantly on you.
presentation-wise
They've got a bit of time.
ever.
And then what we
Yeah.
wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure.
I mean,
so we have a silhouette-based
do still
accuracy
feel like
model
this is
now,
one of
so
the
that
best
if they do
Citizen Cons
miss,
they've
Yeah,
and you get in that
I agree.
sense of like, pew,
Just
pew,
not this
it's
part,
kind of
that's
going
all.
past your head, and you're
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm under pressure, and we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that
I
you
just
feel
think
like,
Chris
oh,
wants
what? How did he
everyone
shot
to
me through a
feel
box?
safe that
Like,
he is
or,
alive.
he's pushing that way.
I
and you're
mean,
hearing it.
true.
You're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered.
I might be dead by
And
the
I
end of
think
this
that's where we want to
segment, though.
put our real
Well,
focus
he will be
on
alive,
terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat, and then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving
Medic
allies
behavior,
and
okay.
ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be
Everything
fun
else doesn't
here.
matter.
You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going,
It's a
"Oh,
good
gonna get fun when
conversation,
we do this.
actually.
It's going to get fun when we do this.
Mm.
So we pulled it
I
back.
mean,
so
he's
that
saying
you
very
have a
rational
challenge,
things.
that you
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like
This
you're
part of the
being
conversation
pushed, that you
isn't
feel like
there.
you're under pressure.
I loved
Especially in
what he
Squadron,
just
you know,
said,
you're
that
not a
if the
commando,
core
you're a fighter
system
pilot.
of like this, this,
fighter
and
pilots
this
don't
isn't
go in
fun,
and,
no matter
not
how
drop
much you
number.
put on top of it,
And
won't
again,
help.
you,
for sure.
You could be a haulage trucker, or you could be you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah,
They did talk about ladders.
Throwing away was
Yeah,
about the
it's
behavior.
disingenuous,
But basically,
yeah.
game developer is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then
Yeah.
V3, and V1 was the very first basic.
It's funny,
combat
they have
behavior,
V1,
and it was-
V2,
it
V3,
wasn't,
but we
you know,
just
it's-
have V0.
it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that
Yeah.
underpin it. That's why we threw the base.
Don't worry,
one
they
away,
threw all
because
that
we
away,
have
dude.
more
They've
ones
started
that are
again.
underpinned
Mm,
by,
true.
a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is
We've
social.
redone the chow line yet
Yeah.
again.
Social AI is staying the
More
same.
mess hall? More mess hall?
Mess hall, mess hall will
Where's
never
the
end.
fire
We'll
tech?
also be using some of these.
Where's the
tenets
video?
of ethos to push into the flight AI.
Like, they're literally just
Flight
making jokes
AI
about other
which I
things.
think,
It's
you know,
like,
we
are they
talked
just going to
about
skip the
in
video or?
earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat. Things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI across Star Citizen as a whole. You know, we're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, I mean, we can show the clip.
Yes! We've got 4 Atmo Esports guys waiting to do their race.
Yeah,
So
I can't believe this is still going.
Let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat, there's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because, you know, like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, you know, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out.
He's talking again, and they stop the fucking video.
Buddy, hey, I heard something here. Or they get in a gunfight.
Look at Jared.
They could actually call back.
He's so zoned out right now.
That's all behavior.
Yep, shaking my head. Just nod, chat. Just nod with Jared. It's gonna be okay.
But really,
yep.
The main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI,
Nodders.
is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening.
This is pre-recorded, right?
No,
this is live.
Will come into the
That's the
PU.
problem.
So it's not just the bartender or even people eating.
What time zone there are? Chris's clock shows like 2 a.m. or whatever.
Or a
Oh
janitor,
yeah, it does actually. So
cleaning
maybe
up
it is
messes that people leave
pre-recorded because it's
systemically.
20 to
For
9.
instance,
Flight attendants or hangar personnel.
yeah, the hangar, basically operating on the hangar, and then when
Interesting.
they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side.
Well,
For
if this
instance,
is
the whole
pre-recorded,
dynamic
that's even
Investigative
worse.
gameplay.
That Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the Idris that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation.
Is his watch
when
upside
you're
down?
playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other.
Oh, the
and
big arrow
reacting
is on
to what's
12.
happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So
yeah,
the
but
second one,
dynamic
the small
conversation
one is
system
on 2.
allows it.
Yeah.
So we have some that are sort of more
What
story
the
scripted
hell?
conversations,
Yeah.
like if you eavesdrop on.
We
some people
have
patrolling
been
and we've
bamboozled,
got some
dude.
Stuff we want to let you hear, so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also, there's dynamic conversation, so people can just.
Wait, no,
whether
because
it's
Jared
in
literally
Messel,
just
sit
said
down,
there are
they
people
just
waiting
start
to do their
conversation
race.
talking about
Yeah.
the most recent
So it is
good show
live.
they
And
saw,
Zylo told us
you
it
know,
was live.
talking
What's
about
up with his
best
clock then?
ship
That's the problem with Star Citizen, dude.
and
It's
there's a
like
system
10
for
years
that,
in the
and
past,
we're-
bro.
No wonder he
recording,
never
but
gets
that's
a
also
date
gonna
right.
come in
No,
the
you
PU.
don't get it. He is
Huge amount of life.
in
So
the
when you go
future.
into
We are in
Oh
the
my
past.
God,
PU,
dude.
or you're wandering around the the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations.
He is playing version T69 already. We're still playing version T0.
He is literally living
It
his
looks
own
like
time zone.
839
dynamic, which is
if
really cool.
it's
And it just
because-
adds so
flipped.
much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation.
Pre-recorded from 10 years ago.
Let's just look at some of this in action.
Look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's an
God.
investigation in the test
The-
map,
what-
and what you're seeing
Stop
here.
The producer
in
needs
some
to do
respects,
is just play the
you might
video.
think that
Yes,
this
that's
is-
what
just
you
force
just
them to
did.
talk
this
over
is
it.
Something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player,
He's gonna
essentially.
go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding a cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away,
That's pretty
indicating
cool.
that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there
That
hiding
is
out and
pretty
I like that
cool.
the other one is
So, and
covering
they-
him.
they're
Yeah,
both
and I
kinda
like
working
that they
together.
have
So their
actually the
logic is
spots they
need
have
to
to
clear
check
these
to, and
rooms
they check them
first,
off.
and then once
That
they're
is pretty
cleared, they
insane.
can sort of go on
So they
from
share
there.
this
Because right
information. So as
now,
they're
they obviously
clearing the cover
go
points,
and
the
they look
cover points are
around, but they
basically
just
all the
give
nooks
up
and
after a
crannies
few
in the room.
seconds.
They're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together.
And
so
they-
you'd see
that
here
means
that
they
they're going,
remember
okay,
that they
this
checked
guy's gonna
that
go,
spot.
Okay, there's an open vent.
So you can
Again,
use
this
that
is
for your
systemic. He's
advantage,
just coming to
right? You
investigate
can
this
move
vent,
to the spot
but
that
he's not cleared this
they've
entire
checked
room yet, so
already.
he's not going to progress.
Guys,
And
this
then
part
he's
I
just
would
gonna
try
go
to be
check the
quiet
rest of the room alongside
because
his
he's
buddy,
actually
and once they've
explaining
cleared
things that
it,
it's
we'll
relevant
then
for the
progress.
first time the
But
whole
again,
time.
here would be, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, we've got vents in here.
He's checking another
Like
vent
they're
there.
finding vents
we,
and
we
stuff.
also have other usables, so it might be there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically checking.
I don't
the
mean to be rude.
usables, checking the cover points, and you can see there's only
I'm
a few
already
balls
offended.
left now. The ones
Sorry.
at the bottom right, and then the ones at the back that he's clearing, and then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, you know, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here.
Oh no.
Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, it's something that we've added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes
still
to yellow,
reacted
then amber,
slow.
then red. So once it goes to red, that's into full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? You know, did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
No,
debug.
that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be
But
like
we'll
where-
have audio and visual
exactly.
representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, you know, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have obviously the red, where it's like there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green, and it's like their minds have been, you know, it's like MIB, they flash through memory and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state, and in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see it, feel like he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
But what if you go to the spots that have already been checked?
You have an example of it.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yep.
saying. You can
So,
use it to your advantage.
Yeah,
If you see him traversing, you can go there. Pretty cool.
So here's in Asiado in
proper
the
level.
decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the
Still
distance
15 FPS, by the way, just saying.
Yeah.
And then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points. They're checking the usables that are there. And then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's really good to see how this transition from social into combat so that you can actually play through the game.
Better check that out.
So here he's checking a usable, which we've set up where he's just kind of like looking and checking, okay, is there anything there? Nothing there. And again, he's sharing that information with his buddy. So if
Should
you've
we
got
be
2,
concerned
3,
about the
4
clunkiness at
AIs
this
that are
stage?
searching, then
Of
obviously
like
they're
the
sharing and
animations
talking
and the
to
way
each
they
other
walk
and letting
around?
them know.
I mean, we know that that's being replaced. They literally talked about the blending for animated
Yeah,
states
I'm not
earlier.
concerned
Okay.
at all
You may not
with
be able
that.
to see
Not
them,
concerned at all.
But you're
Cool.
gonna know they're out there.
That
looking
is
for
like
you. And if it
fixable.
stays in the same place for too long, they will find you.
Yeah, so you can see the one in the background is actually looking over one of the vents, one of the railings, should I say, and then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge.
And again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding
The
places.
first
They-
CitizenCon
this is
demo,
their
not
station. They
scripted.
understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so
Should
you
we
can
believe
drop
it?
these enemies
I
in
don't-
any environment.
Yeah, maybe.
And they will play out like this, but obviously the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where, you know, we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics
dude.
1.
No, right to the video.
So again,
Thank
what
God.
you're seeing here is in a test
thank
map. We want to
you.
just kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've
Straight
just
for
turned
pusher
God mode
defender.
on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders
push,
that kind
push.
of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, you know, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI.
The pusher seems
right
really
now,
dumb.
Our current AI, you basically get the jump on them, and you can
That's why
just
he called
take
the
them all
pusher.
out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics.
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Is one more video? Hopefully this is the last video.
So this is just a short version where but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in, and they roll the dice for. They don't always become defenders or always.
Ooh, they reacted
pushers
very
or
quickly.
straighters. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that
oh shit, yeah, that one guy went up on the balcony to the right.
Yeah.
because we want to show you the behaviours themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders, they can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground.
They are more reactive in this state, that's for sure.
On some of that, I think you saw some of that. He didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed, and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier.
Oofed.
Because like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI.
I can see how they could be really
exactly
brutal.
Where you are.
Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making them feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go.
There's more.
Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it in the past.
Surprise?
Skills. There's...
what?
What can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness.
What?
And then we have
Andreas, dude, I can get
kind
fat.
of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will
every
dictate
one of you
how
in my
level
comment
these particular
section for the
skills.
last
So if you're
5
constantly
years.
carrying
Fuck
boxes,
all of
then
you.
may get stronger, so
What?
you can actually
Sorry, I missed it. Did they say we're going to have skill
getting
points?
stronger doesn't
Yeah.
just
No,
allow you
no.
to lift heavy
So-
boxes, but it also
well,
means
kind
that
of.
your equip
It's
load
like
that you
CJ in
carry
San
your
Andreas, right?
inventory is higher. That weight doesn't affect you as much. So you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. Your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS.
Yeah, EFT.
We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy
full
SEAL
agility
training
character
or
incoming, guys.
SES training in Britain,
Watch me.
essentially, they have cold weather training. They have, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that pilots train for that, so they can actually modulate their breathing, so they're actually able to
Holy shit, I gotta ban
sustain
this
higher
loser.
Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer. You can hold your breath longer. You can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well.
Would we
as,
be able to buy
in FPS
LTI
We're not
GeForce
going to
resistance?
be removing any of the skill elements, so there's nothing that we're going in there.
You'll be able to buy a more skillful character,
or we're going to
skill
make you
gain
fly the
boosts
plane
from the website.
better. It's like no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into a physical attribute.
I talked over it for a second.
Real life, right?
He said
You've got to spend some time if you
there's
want
no
to
like
increase your
ship
strength.
flying skills, mining skills,
yes,
anything like that.
Be born strong, but if you go to the
But
gym,
it's more like your body
weight,
condition, I would say.
Exactly.
Okay, I can do.
Yeah.
It's like working out.
I feel it's fine. I like it.
Totally fine.
Yeah, I like this idea. It's something I've talked about for years.
You want to be a pilot? Yeah.
180, right?
You
Well,
get
you
the
couldn't do
GeForce
180
resistance,
right
but
from the beginning.
you
Yeah.
won't be
Yeah,
as
it worked the
trotty in
same if
FPS.
you're, like,
That's fine.
running, you work your way up to a marathon, and so that's kind of the idea. Is there are things that you do.
Yeah, and hopefully it gives you
during
choice.
The gameplay that your gameplay can add to it, but if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms.
Eric in chat said CIG said no leveling, but now we're getting it. No, we're not. Like if you don't want to do it, then don't do it.
You can do that if that's something that makes
Yeah,
sense.
leveling is entirely different.
Your character's going to be. I mean, in Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, I'm
like
a
you don't
cargo
need this to
hauler.
progress.
I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun
This
them,
is min-maxing, and the people who don't want these things are never going to do that anyway. You're just going to fly around on your spaceship and hang out with your friends, and I'm not making fun of you for wanting that. Go do it. Have fun.
You can carry things.
Min-maxing is usually important just for like top PvP thing.
But I'm going to let you into a secret, Icy. Not everyone's competitive, dude.
Physical attributes, it allows you to progress
exactly,
your
and it's
character in
fine.
those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is it's almost like the 10,000 hours. If you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns is a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You might struggle and eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them,
more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to doing all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
or knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Oh God, they're all over the place
learn
now.
From someone,
They're getting a little wild, I think.
You would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of the, like you said, the idea of sort of.
Oh my God, I don't like this. It's like go to this NPC to learn this move. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I've never liked that about MMOs.
We'll end up like in a guide of where you have to go and do what to get to an X. It's not good.
They're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s.
No, exactly. You don't.
They have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then
someone said there's gonna be magic in Star Citizen 6.0.
Then you can be like, okay,
I
want to level up
getting a little far.
agility, or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort in to do, and you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them.
I'm just going to go full animal taming.
Like Chris said, squats.
Yeah,
if you do squats, like that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that.
Teabagging will improve your skills in Star Citizen confirmed. If you teabag your enemies, you will gain skill.
Yeah.
Well, we had all the UFO, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right?
Wow.
Well, how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit, but that will be essentially one of the apps in the mobiGlas, and then one of the last things that we were going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is there's a complete redo of the mobiGlas.
Redo a mobiGlas, he means removing it?
Is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military mobiGlas, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU. But it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And,
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically, and obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference.
Play the video, guy.
The military version, but be the
it's
version.
a common theme. Just fucking play the video over
go
them.
in the same framework using the same basics.
Hammer just said the Star Citizen channel is down to 23,000 from 37,000 earlier.
They're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system.
So SaltEMike lost 20k viewers because I joined the stream.
The new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now, and so
the main Star Citizen channel.
Doing features
I just have 69 apparently. So, I can't see the view count.
One of the ways that we're really going to sort of just clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and
now I see it. Thanks, guys.
I don't know if you want to say anything more on the mobiGlas.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll the mobiGlas. Let's take a look.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the
I still don't understand why we need to raise our hand.
As you go to the other page,
it's a pause menu. It's weird.
So you can see here we've got your
it could be like
messages.
projected just on a visor.
The email client.
I mean, they've talked about that in the past, years ago.
Only if you don't have the helmet, you have to raise your hand up.
Making it believe that you're in this, believable
I can't remember exactly what they said.
Environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. It's a lot cleaner, and the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the Mobi. Is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down.
I actually disagree with what Jared said about it being more responsive. I think the animations are too slow.
So like inside the, you'll get.
Yeah, they're cool, but the problem is when you do them 69,000 times, you get tired of animation.
Exactly.
The character's name was Christopher Blair.
In everyday life, everybody pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with.
Does anybody get that reference?
Google Chrome or search engines, and everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Mobiglass, you know, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand.
It's the main Wing
It's like,
Commander
okay,
character.
This is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and, you know, get equipment.
I don't know. To me, that didn't seem like a massive rework.
Join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player
looks a little different.
experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD,
I mean,
star map,
in terms of the back end, I'm
Moby
sure
is
for them it was
combination of
probably a
elements where
massive
we want to
rework.
provide all this different
Front end,
information,
it's like,
but we want
okay.
to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go and go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, you know, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, you know, and you want to have
Funny that they
information
finally
on your Moby.
Yes.
Like,
getting
okay,
to the
tell me
point they
am I
don't
about
have
to-
to
is
remake
my
what
environment
was done
outside?
in
Is it
previous games.
breathable?
Well, this is what
Do
I was
need
going
a
to say
helmet?
earlier.
Is it hot? Is
Yeah,
it
when
cold?
Chris
showing
talked
off the
about
scanning
it,
stuff.
right?
You know,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
look at an Apple Watch.
Like, it looks
Well, my
just like
wife has an Apple
Cyberpunk.
Watch, so she's got
Finally, they're
Fitbit,
not
and it's like,
reinventing the
okay,
wheel
this is
for
your
Yeah,
heart rate,
exactly.
and this is your
That's the
oxygen.
feeling I got.
You know, you need
Chris
to have that
said it
information at your
himself.
fingertips, so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to
About
do.
the F
And coming back
button,
to
right?
what Chris said earlier,
When they
in
were
terms
talking
of,
about the
you know,
interaction
you're not
menu.
just going to be all wearing heavy
Finally.
armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to, you know, you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together.
It makes
as a
group play
unified
more
experience
valid.
Playing the game,
All
and
this.
then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and
All right,
drinking
you're gonna
system,
be
or
the
active
medical
status,
guy.
or injuries, or
Yeah.
red outs, and
Hey, do you guys
know,
have
inventory
this
and
EVA
hover
suit?
trolleys and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you put it, or start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. You know, we're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do this. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, you know, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how you know, other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, because, you know, as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the, you know, some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how we use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience.
But couldn't that have been done
that
the
means that
opposite
the
direction
PU
with the
team
PU
that's
into
like, oh, we wanna
Squadron?
do
I don't
10
get
of
it.
those or 100 of those has good examples.
I guess just
of how to
single
use
player
it, rather
development's just
than,
easier.
Here's a feature, you figure it out, because again, that was a lot of things that went in with that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the
mounted
guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more going on in Squadron than just this. But we thought,
this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're
Jared.
working on, because we know that
It's gonna
people
do
are
it.
saying, hey, we'd like
Nope.
this to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive. And that's
Holy shit! That look was
the plan is
the definition.
the PU.
That was like the look of give up.
Yeah, I give up. Fuck it.
Working on the PU too, everybody.
Oh my God.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go,
I
and
think
get
he's
on to
actually
wrapping
upset.
up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42?
Oh God,
its
here's another 20 minutes.
Co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen. What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that
I'm sure it is.
Feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen, because you know, ultimately I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, looking at your interior here, look at this Constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and
Here
the
we
trees
go, a cup
and
of
seeing a
coffee
mountain in
talk.
the distance and
Yep.
walking over and being
He's
able to
doing
actually
it.
go there rather than it just be a background.
Oh my God, he's going, he's doing it.
You know, the scope and scale. The
He's
sense
doing the
of being
thing,
able
the
to go
scale, the
anywhere,
going here,
do
doing this.
anything, that is something that most game
Don't forget, guys, the Delmar trailer is bigger than whole
12
Skyrim.
times already.
You know, they're limited to more
And you're
limited
surprised.
spaces, and you know, we're utilizing in Squadron
That is a
to give you a sort of single player experience that sort
It's
of feels
the inside
like
of a
you're,
spaceship
you know,
in Star
in
Citizen.
a
I know.
huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to player is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, you know, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is a, you know, something I'm always eternally grateful for, and you know, it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something or something's not working, or
Oh, he's
you know,
talking about
what
me,
kind of idiot
damn.
did this, or which, you know, doesn't this person know how to run a project and all the rest of the stuff.
Can't believe
It's
you'd ever
still the
say that
best
about us.
job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you know, you need a
It's
you
gotta
need a
hurt.
thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a
You know it
vision
hurts.
in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean,
They gotta understand that
it's a
it
bit of a
hurts
Pandora's
too,
box that got opened
in our
when
direction.
We realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much
Historically,
more
their
limited,
biggest issue has
you know,
been
sort of
communication.
privateer,
Yeah.
And
freelancer
they brought a
online,
lot of it on
and,
themselves.
you know,
Yeah,
next
and here we
generation
are.
Commander.
You know, look at this.
What we're building
This is a
now
perfect
is
example
a
of
completely
the
different
problem.
experience in terms of a lot more.
They
just
did it perfect, and
fidelity
then
and
right off the
scope
rails
and
again.
Possibility and the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, you know, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to
I
do that
can
here at CAG.
feel
Thanks
my
to everyone,
hair growing. Somebody
supporting the
just
project.
said.
So,
Yo,
like I
Chad
said,
has been so
it's hard
good
work.
today.
You know, this, you know, no one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, you know, eating bonbons. So we are working.
Yeah,
really
nobody thinks
hard.
they're not doing anything.
And
it's just
exciting.
frustrating.
I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. You know, how far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, you know, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, you know, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years, has become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added.
Oh,
Even though
look
we
at-
still have
look
a
at
lot
Richard.
of things to go, and we talk
He's
about a lot of
asleep
things
with
we
his
wanna
eyes open.
improve. It's more of a, you know,
He's like, why would I talk?
edges,
He
but there is
interrupts me
something
anyway.
there that keeps people coming back, despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that.
I think
sense
one of the
being able
biggest
to go
issues
and
was
do
having them
anything
both on at the
the
same
end-to-end
time.
in the
Yeah,
universe,
yeah,
and
they're both
we're
very
really
talkative.
committed to
Yeah.
making
They
that,
are too
finishing
big
that
to
off
fit
and
in one
making that
screen, and
a
I'm
really
not talking about
great
physical
experience
size.
that's frictionless.
SCL is the
So,
format
you
for
know,
this.
while it is
It's 1
challenging
hour.
doing these two games
There's a time
together,
limit. Bang.
It's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. That, it's a good time to be making games.
It is.
Oh, thank God.
It is a lot of fun. It's. I think video games. Strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work, because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it. No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind the scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's been come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing.
I mean, the demos they showed were
the biggest takeaway
really
for me
good.
when
I'm really happy with what we've seen.
EVA was
don't think of it as
incredible.
EVA was dope.
We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game
and
together.
I just need to.
We can sit down and
we
play
need to
it.
focus
and whilst
on.
Our Citizen, there already is a game there.
Those little bits.
This is about making what's there even better, and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction. And then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe. And I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement. And I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you would see them to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Moby-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation.
Yeah, the skills thing makes me nervous.
A more in-depth discussion of
really,
how that'll work and how.
I mean, just play Tarkov is really not the biggest deal.
I mean, like the
if you've already
fitness
gone to
thing, I'm
Spectrum
fine
or
with,
Reddit
but
or your
like,
YouTube thumbnail and
I
added
don't know.
little red laser eyes.
We're talking about
to
CIG
Tyra.
here.
Oh, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah.
How are we allowed to give you the benefit of the doubt when you've now changed the scope of the game again for people? Like people, I'm okay with it. I like it, but people are
before we do,
rightfully can and not be okay with it.
It was a bunch of our
The
developers
thing is,
and
right,
staff at our 5 studios around
one
the
of
world,
my issues is that this
talking
could
about
dramatically
their
change the
favorite things
game,
of the Star Citizen community.
and
So
it could
we'd
be
like to play that for you
implemented
one more
in
time,
such an awful
and when we come
way,
back,
and then they
we'll,
leave
put
it,
this whole
even though they're
baby to
unhappy
bed.
with it, they
So
leave it
take
in
a
the
look.
game for a year, right?
Tell you what my favorite thing about the community is.
What am I going to say?
This is from the beginning. Oh god,
It's gonna sound cliche, but
It's starting
They
over. We're
believe
doing
as
it
much
over
as
again.
we do. I love them because they continue to support us.
The
Yeah,
only thing
I
that's
think
kept me
we've
going,
made it
I've
to the
seen
end.
a lot of games and I've seen a lot
Noodle.
of invested players, but
there might be after credit stuff, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang here. I'm not gonna watch the video. It was at the beginning. 1 out of 10. What do you think? What would you give it?
Did you say one? Hang on, let me. Did you say 1 out of 10?
No, 1 to 10. Sorry, I'm tired.
Oh, 1 to 10. I genuinely think that's one of the best sitcoms they've done. Even though I wish they had scripted the end segment there. For me, it's probably
the content of the end segment was very good.
Yeah, you know, I think the thing that really stands this apart from the other sitcoms is that it is stuff that they're genuinely working on. They didn't just throw in a demo. And yeah, for me, it's a lot of stuff to be excited about. It's, you know, looking at the scanning stuff, looking at the speed changes, the EVA stuff, just generally the UI stuff. It's getting to a point where it's actually starting to look like a game now.
A little bit.
Know? So
yeah. So I mean, I would give it a 8 out of 10 as well, maybe even a 9. It was, I just like the pacing of it, the way they communicated the information. They don't have a ton of information to share. I think as far as like the level of expansion towards the game, this would be the smallest CitizenCon they've probably had, because they didn't do this big keynote demo, but it was the most concise, well communicated, like best way they've delivered information up to this point. Before we go ahead.
I was just going to say, for me, it would have been a 9 if they just like tidied up that end segment.
Yeah. I will say this: we did 2 giveaways today. It was very awesome of these 2 companies to be a part of today's stream. It was VKB, who makes some really great sticks, and it was Monster Tech, who makes the mounts that I put those sticks on. They both sponsor today's stream, so if you haven't yet, !VKB in chat. There's something posted there from Zeus, the mods. And !Monster Tech if you want to check them out and pick up something yourselves. So we don't know what's going to be happening at the end of this video here. I have it currently muted, but we'll see since this was at the beginning. And then from there, Noodle, you'll be heading off. I will be heading on to a podcast onto Captain Burke's channel. So if you guys can preemptively get ready to head over there. But we'll see. Let's see. All right, Jared's back. Let me unmute.
That Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition.
One final.
Before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back
the new Community Hub
in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember. It's needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
More stuff for streamers that the community can hate us for.
Oh, God.
Can't wait.
So true. This is our fault.
Yep.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the Community Hub. And we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
Oh, he's wearing a Wickstrom shirt.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each others.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description.
All right, guys, I gotta go look after the kids.
All right, Noodle, be good, buddy.
But also
Bye,
to
bye,
pick
chat.
and choose
Bye,
from
everybody.
a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see
this a little
only
bit.
videos
If you guys
that are
haven't
about
yet,
cosplay, I can now filter
please
that
go follow
and
Moist
find
Noodle.
only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub. You have a live stream section,
cool.
which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page, and there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way.
Montoya!
It's about friendship.
Astro,
Personally, for
Proxus.
me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. Cool. And the best part about the new Community Hub, it's live right now.
No, we killed it already, apparently. It's not live.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now.
We already killed it.
I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Demo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
Yeah, that one got me.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me, every step you can follow. Whoa! Oh, baby, look at this race starting, guys!
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments, and we work with talented community gamers to supply supporting roles.
Fighter
such
Flight
as
was
camera
so
crew,
fucking sick.
shoutcasters,
I'm really
event
pissed off I
organisers,
can't do
and
it
so
this
much
year.
more. Our team is a group of passionate professionals from all over the world, all with gaming in their veins. We operate purely online, and everything we do is created collaboratively.
It's gonna change the way we play the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice.
And well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come.
Yes.
But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
I think I've said quite a lot already. I don't really need to see that much more.
I think he got the feedback.
Well, let me start with back in 2012. All I'm going to say is that we wouldn't be here without all of you out there that have supported us over these years and believed in the project and the world and the universe that we're doing. I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. This year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent Energy streaming out and 3.18, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right? Aaron,
Oh, there you go.
Maybe?
We're absolutely working on it.
All right, so we'll see Guillaume over here.
They're
He's not
hoping
Mike,
for
so
it
he
this
can't really
week.
say much.
There you go.
But he's our Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it. And of course, we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday,
Cheers.
the community.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Cheers to everybody. Seriously, I hope you guys had fun. It's been the best 9 years of my life.
Goodbye.
So
See you next year.
thank you
Bye,
everybody
everyone.
for everything. Today was a great stream. We're going to push it over to Captain Burks now, all right? Everybody have a wonderful, wonderful day. As always, if you guys are watching this on YouTube, make sure you like and all that stuff. It's a very long video. And yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. I hope you guys had a great time. I certainly did. And I'll see you guys next time. And believe it or not, I think tomorrow we're going to rewatch every panel. It's going to be awesome. Talk to you later, guys. Bye-bye.